Thursday. Call the order, the Tipp City Exempted Village Schools Board of Education meeting. We'll start with the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Fox, you can take attendance, please.
Amber Brown. Here. Teresa Dunaway.
Here.
Richard Maines.
Here.
Simon Patry.
Here.
Ann Zakor.
Here.
We're all in attendance. We have a quorum. We can begin our meeting.
Thank you, Mrs. Fox. We'll begin with the approval of the agenda at 1C. All right, any revisions?
I have some revisions. First, I would like to add just a real quick item where we can all just speak a few minutes about graduation. If anybody wants to second that.
I'll second.
Okay, thank
That's a
you.
good one.
And then I want to pull out of new business items C, D, E, G, and N. C, D, E, G, and N.
And what you're referring to is the consent agenda?
Correct.
All right, there is no motion necessary to remove the items C, D, E, G, and N out of the consent agenda. Those are removed automatically upon request of any board member. There is a motion to add to the agenda graduation as a discussion item that has been moved by Mrs. Dunaway and Mrs. Drum.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, seconded by Mrs. Zakor. Is there any discussion related to adding the graduation to the agenda? Seeing no discussion, Mrs. Fox, if you could call a roll to add the graduation to the agenda, we would be adding it to new business. And it would probably be at that point, item 9G.
Okay, so the other items are not part of this motion.
It's unnecessary for those to be part of that motion. They just automatically get removed upon the request of any member. Consent agenda items can be removed from the consent agenda and move to the non-consent item under new business.
Okay, I'll just have to make it.
And I guess it would be eight, it would not be,
Agenda.
I'm sorry,
I'll have to make the adjustment to the agenda after we. So I just want to make sure that's good. That's the request. I just want to make sure it's not part of this motion was my first thing. So I was pretty.
yeah, and I
And then I'll
guess,
still want to adjust the agenda. Then I'll have to move the items
correct,
down for that. So that's fine. So we're adding graduation to the agenda as a discussion item, and it's motion by Dunaway, seconded by Zakor.
correct.
Is that correct?
We just need you to call the vote. We're ready.
Dunaway,
Yes.
Zakor,
Yes.
Drum,
Yes.
Maines,
Yes.
Patry.
Yes. Motion passes. Graduation has been added to the agenda. Any other items related to the agenda? All right. So I reflect that on the original agenda, items 8C, D, E, G, and N will now be moved to new business. Additionally, there is an item being added to new business, either at 9G or at the end of the other additions related to graduation for discussion. And we will move on to committee reports. 2A. Mr. Maines, did you want to present the MBCTC meeting minutes?
Yes, the meetings, you've already got the minutes to the meeting. Pretty much the same as our agendas at this time of the year, where we do some budget presentations and 5-year forecasts. It was discussions on contract renewals and resignations and the same things we have, on our agenda at this time of the year. They started off with a presentation from one of the students that was very interesting. He was from the aviation area of the program, and it was really cool. First of all, he did a fantastic job presenting, but he had a part of an airplane wing, and he was explaining what that wing consists of, and it's so complicated. It was, I think, over everybody's head, but it was so interesting. Not only the way he presented it, but to see it and to learn a little bit about the wings, the parts of the airplane, and to think that these kids are in high school doing that stuff is really pretty amazing. But the other thing is, beyond the agenda, first I want to congratulate all the Tippecanoe High School senior class of 2022. I wish I could have been there, but I wasn't able to. But I know that we had 195 graduates this year, and 23 of these graduates attended Miami Valley Career Technology Center. And these graduates, our Tipp graduates that were in that program, completed a wide variety of programs, including culinary arts, precision machining, computer networking and cybersecurity, medical office management, veterinary science, natural resource management, dental assisting, pre-nursing, heating, ventilation and air conditioning, biotechnology, graphic commercial photography, construction carpentry, early childhood education, health occupations, sports management and marketing, media and video production, and the electrical trades. And I thought that was incredible that we've got that much in our community, that many skills that these kids are learning now. So also 5 of our students were honor medallion recipients, and 12 of our students were recipients of recognition with honors. And those 23 students received a total of $69,500 in scholarships to continue their education to the next level. And I'd have to say that the entire community could be very proud of the young people that they're raising. And congratulations to all the parents and these students for what they've accomplished. And that's my report.
Thank you, Mr. Maines. Any other?
Simon, may I ask a favor? I'm sorry, I do
Sure.
apologize. I want to try to get this agenda item. When I start moving those letters, my letters get screwed around, and I'm so sorry. So
No problem.
I do need to go back to the letters, the C, D, E, G, and F quickly.
Yeah,
You can
right
just
now.
tell me what the items were.
Okay.
The titles. I want to
so-
just pull them down.
Sure. C was prior meeting minutes, May 9th,
Okay, now
2020.
that was down there.
Okay.
Thank you.
D, non-reemployment.
Wait a minute.
Yep.
That one, yes, I don't see, so then I lost. So sorry.
It's okay.
All right, the next one.
Yep, resignations, which used to be E, but it can be whatever.
Already got that one.
Okay, and then G was 2020, 2023 fall supplemental coaching staff.
Okay, got that one in there.
And then N, which was certified staff, extended days. Certified staff, extended days. That was it. Okay, got it?
Okay, now I'm just gonna click these and make sure they're not consent items. They're gonna be regular business items.
Let me repeat them while they're in there.
No,
Okay,
I
good.
think we should be good.
Okay,
Just-
good.
You can go ahead, continue,
Awesome.
Simon, thank you.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Fox.
Clear.
Yeah, it takes a few minutes.
Item 3A.
I have
Oh, go
committee
ahead.
report, sorry.
Go ahead.
So I was at the last TE e-meeting. I just wanted to say that the staff, community, parents nominated 10 teachers this year for Teacher of the Year. So thank you guys for getting online and doing that for the teachers in this district. The Teacher of the Year is going to get a bag and some other pretty cool things. And the award ceremony is on May 25th. Or no, that's not right. That's the day we're doing bags. What's that?
27.
Yes, May 27th. So congratulations to whoever wins it, but I was very excited to be at that meeting.
Thank you.
Yep.
Anyone else have any other committee reports? Hearing none, we are moving on to superintendent comments. Mr. Stefanik, do you have any comments you wish to make?
Just before we get to the added item on the agenda, just wanted to congratulate all of our seniors on their graduation Saturday night. And thank you to the board members for participating in the ceremony. Appreciated all your help after getting through the thunderstorm. All right, we get there.
Thank you.
Timing.
Right.
Is everything.
If there's nothing else, Mr. Stefanik, we're going to move on to 4A, citizens may address the board. Kathy Bone.
Hello. Mr. Stefanik.
Oh,
I'm on the time.
no, got it.
Timer out.
I've got my clock. All right, got it.
You must be a pro when you know that we have to start talking and start talking.
On the timer.
Is this your first time here, Mrs. DeBonne?
Oh, sure.
I'm just asking that. I think I have your address memorized after 7 years.
Are you ready?
Go.
Okay, I have two things I want to quickly cover because you guys have a big agenda tonight. Students being released 1 day a week, 1 hour early. The teachers have a contract on serveohio.gov until July 31st of 2024. One member did ask about if any other schools were letting kids out early. And I did find one local school, they do have it in their contract. The teachers did offer no accountability if this is passed. How do we measure if it's working for the students or not? Grade cards, test scores at the school level, or state test scores? How long would we measure before decisions made to revoke it if it doesn't work for the students? I think the staff needs to go back and work out a better proposal that will work for them and most importantly, the students. We have some great teachers who I'm sure can do better on the proposal that also offers accountability. They can present it at contract time. There's also an estimated $16,000 cost to taxpayers for bus drivers for just next year, and that cost will go up in the future. Most importantly, students are losing a red double period 1 day a week. We have tremendous students in this district that really flourish, but we also have kids that struggle and they cannot afford to miss 1 hour of help time. Please consider these things as you're voting on the schedule change this evening. The second thing I want to recover real quick are the stadium bleachers. We were told back in 2007 they weren't fit to sit on, but we've sat on them for years. I went to the school in the park today. Stadium bleachers are the only ones with caution tape on them. There are no caution tapes on the bleachers at the baseball diamond, softball diamond, track, tennis courts, and I'm sure that if I would have gone inside the schools, there would be no caution tape across those bleachers either. If you took the time to read the bleacher reports like I did, you'll find out that none of the bleachers passed inspection. They all had issues. So why we only have one set of them covered, I guess that's just for show. I don't know. I said it before and I'll say it again. The taxpayers want to pay for things needed at the school. Years ago, we said we weren't going to pay for a stadium, but we are. I have the POs and copies of checks to prove the taxpayers have footed most of the bill at the stadium. Tipp has paid for very little at the stadium. They did nothing to try to bring in any money in 2020. They blamed it on the pandemic, but their fish fries were only held in January or February before the pandemic hit. They didn't have anything on their calendar for the entire year. They again had no events listed last year until I came in here before the school board and complained. Then they had 2 events they advertised to raise money for bleachers, the bleacher bash and the ball drop. And since then, they've had nothing. They were giddy waiting on the bleacher report, knowing it would not be great. And I can only guess, I bet the reason there was no report over the past 3 years was somebody, a past administrator maybe, or staff waiting for just the right time to force the hand of the school to pay for bleachers. Let's not forget the district is not even honoring the premier contract. I saw no advertising banners at the football stadium for premier that's listed in their contract. So I'd suggest everybody take a look at that contract and make sure we're even honoring their contract. The donor contracts, these people gave money, signed contracts. Don't know if they're even getting their things because the school district doesn't seem to have a lot of their contracts on file, and Tipp Pride will not release them. There's also Tipp council meetings. You can look at them. School officials propose trading the Broadway school land for the land the stadium sits on. It's all in the council minutes. Do you think the people around Broadway want the city to own the land? You don't have to look hard to see that every piece of land in Tipp is being covered by warehouses and apartments courtesy of the Tipp council. I don't think people living around Broadway would appreciate that. You need to keep that in mind when you're sitting here wondering what the taxpayers will pay for as far as facilities. At the last Tipp Pride meeting, they said the attorneys drew up paperwork for naming rights and donor forms. I've looked at minutes of the school board meetings and cannot find anywhere that states any board member voted to use the school attorneys, our taxpayer attorneys, to work for Tipp Pride. Now, if somebody wants to look into fraud by a school official, I think that'd be a great place to start instead of the ghost hunt that's going on. Now the president and vice president of Tipp Pride are stepping down. And I've also looked Tipp Pride up on charity watch list. They are a poor performing charity with a failing score, mostly due to their lack of transparency. It is past time to ask questions, not only of Tipp Pride, but those school officials that were involved, signed their names on these documents tied with Tipp Pride, starting with these donor documents.
30 seconds.
These are 6, 7, and 8 pages long, specific to the donors, starting as low as $1,000. So this is not cheap if I paid for this. I want to know if I paid for this. As far as the stadium being too unsafe to play in, and the games can be moved like next year, then maybe more people will stand up here with me and start to ask these hard questions about Tipp Pride, the board members and school officials that were tied to them. We need to find out what they did with the money they did receive and what their intentions were from the start, because I believe it was not to fund this stadium at all. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Stone. So we have another citizens comments signed up. Before we move on, is there anybody that didn't get a chance to sign up? Next item is item 5A, the monthly treasurer's report, monthly financial report. Mrs. Fox, would you like to present it?
Sure. April was a good month. It seems like the months are flying by. Can't believe personally, I can't believe I've been with the district for 1 year, and it's been a really fast, a lot to learn. I've learned so much, and it's just been a great
What was your start
experience.
date?
So I wanted to comment that May 17th.
Okay.
That's when I started.
Congratulations.
I couldn't believe it was a year.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Anyway, it's been great experiences with everybody. I want to make that comment.
Wow.
Anyway, April came to a close. I think that we did have 3 payrolls, so we had a little bit higher expenditures for the month of April. Let's see, I know that revenues are kind of settling off from the funding formula. I think the changes are mainly what is going to occur over the next, the rest of this biennial budget. I think that unfortunately, and I'll talk more in the forecast, that it did not improve much for the month, but since we did get that sum, and I know I mentioned in past monthly reports that when we did get that higher sum in January, seems like on a few areas, it kind of shaved back, and I don't know how they, with that formula, why they even, had the larger amount, but it was helpful to have that amount in January, but now they're kind of shaving back. So I think it's plateauing at this point for the state revenues. Did not receive any property taxes this month. And I don't know, I know a good thing was for the health claims, they were down. That's always a positive. Of course, those kind of roller coaster. So nothing really highlighted in the month of April. As far as any different type of spending, we're still getting our ESSER funds. Still allocating that. We have a new ESSER amount, which we're going to talk more in June, what we're going to do with that. So we do have some higher revenues in that area from the state funding. If anyone doesn't really have questions on April, just let me know if I can answer anything.
To open up the discussion, is the recommended action is to approve this financial report. Is there a motion?
I'll move that we approve.
Motion by Mr. Mains. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Motion by Mr. Mains and second by Ms. Drum. Mr. Mains, go ahead.
My only question is on the unrestricted grants and aids, that seemed to be, one of the larger variations. What caused that?
What
I'm
what page are you
looking
on?
Let's see, this would be page 7. The monthly financial report, budget versus actual.
So when the original budget was done at the beginning of the school year on the revenues.
Mhm.
And as the state revenues have adjusted, I have not gone back in and made corrections to the restricted grants, the totals. When I do the June budget, those changes will be reflected. And I know that looks kind of strange, that percentage adjustment there. Some of that pot of money that was restricted had gone up into the unrestricted portion.
Okay.
And so the budget, I could have gone ahead and, as the months progressed, I could have changed that revenue budget, but I left it alone.
Mhm.
So the temporary budget that will be done next month will have the revenues cleaned up for what we're looking at for the 22-23 revenues. However, on that expenditure budget, so down on that same page, that expenditure budget is, I watch that much closer. So the revenues are definitely, we kind of underestimate some of the revenues to come in. I always like to see if they're over. Yeah. Now I like to see it closer too, so then I know what my guide is, always what we're getting. But that is one thing why you'll see that out there, is because I left it as we budgeted at the first of the year. So that should definitely be an adjustment next month.
Okay.
And this will be cleaned up a little bit, and this will look into the next school year. And with the projections of the funding formula, we'll be able to look at that a little closer. On the side.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Hearing no further discussion or questions, Mrs. Fox, if you could call the vote.
Maines,
Yes.
Drum,
Yes.
Dunaway,
Abstain.
Patry,
Abstain.
Secor.
Yes.
Motion passes. Next item is the 5-year forecast. Prior to entertaining a motion, Mrs. Fox, did you want to present it?
Yeah. Just need to bring it here on the floor. Okay, just have a few slides that I created. I'm gonna click through these. It's just the intro page for the 5-year forecast. Of course, the Ohio Revised Code requires the board to present the 5-year forecast twice a year, November 30th and May 31. So we're gonna have that approved, of course, and reports on the general fund, and we have our emergency levy, which we report on.
Not Karen, they can hear you, but the slide is still stuck on the first slide on Zoom.
Usually Nancy Bowman will text us, but she hasn't texted us.
Okay, so of course, the purposes and
forecast to engage the board and the community in the long-range planning and financial issues of the school district. We'll have the 412 certificate, which is part of the appropriations. And objectives provide a method for ODE and the auditor to identify school districts with problems. Before we get to the numbers, basically it's like painting a picture of the future. We only go off of the information that we have today. So the budget that's been approved, is just for the next 2 years. We can only estimate the information we have to look past 2 years into that 4th and 5th year. The 5-year forecast is viewed as a key management tool and it should be updated periodically, which we did look before we did that summary last month. We tried to get some update to the forecasts prior to that, so we do update it periodically. And this, of course, just general information. The 5-year forecast encourages district management teams to examine future projections and helps district management to be proactive in meeting challenges. Of course, it's separated into 2 sections, revenue and expenditures. And the revenues are made up of 2 sources, local and state funding. The main expenditures for the district, of course, are salary, wages, and benefits, and then followed by purchase services and supplies. So I have a graph here attached. And just comparing over the course of the years, you'll just see that with the revenues that we have and expenditures are on the rise with inflation. Revenues, provided our school district property values maintain themselves, will continue to come in. State funding will probably level off. Expenditures, however, with inflation and wages just on the rise in general, and expenditures are going, the green line there, ending balance. When you look at that future, of course, our levies for Tipp City rely on them completely, and we appreciate all of the support that we get from our community. And so this is why when we look at this graph here, it's so significant for us, for our community support. So you'll see here with the levy. Start in the middle of 23, and you'll see just the balances go down. I mean, we have the levy continual, which the dollars will, in 2025 is when we'll have the 2 levies come into play, and then that's where our budget will continue, on the same course that it is, or we'll have to decide on making adjustments for the district. We have 2 levies, so and they're kind of broken up into a larger one, which is about the $5 million. I think I have that. Okay, so the 5.6 million is the first levy, but that just explains the timeline there. And then you have the unencumbered balance, which is the blue. So you just kind of see the balance of the district there. Yeah.
May I ask who this gentleman is?
Yes, this is John Ferguson. He's part of our tech team.
Oh, nice
He's
to meet
helping
you,
out
John.
tonight. I'm sorry.
Wait, did you get Employee of the Month one time?
I'm sorry.
Okay, I recognize you from Employee of the Month. Thank you. I just wanted to know who was here.
Thank you. Yeah.
Thanks for asking.
Yes, I'm glad that he's there.
Nice to meet you in person,
Sorry,
not just your Employee of the Month slide, but congratulations. Right?
While
Did you remember the slide, right?
Yes.
Thank you, Dr. Tuttle, for that.
Yeah,
I
John,
wouldn't have known.
John is here. Mr. Bush is not available today. He's tending to some family medical needs. And so John decided and agreed to pinch hit tonight and take care of the tech needs for the board meeting.
Thank you. Thank you, John.
Thank you.
Now that we know who you are.
Thank you, John. So there again, in 24 and 25, you'll just see, which is a typical levy cycle. You know, the levies are 5 and 7 years. So providing an emergency levy is not a continual levy. That's just a cycle every 5 and 7 years that we're just going to have to unfortunately come back to the voters, and then we're just going to have to follow through with that cycle. Keep it on the road that we've been on in history, over the course of history. We've been just positive about that, and it's just where our district needs to be to support our children in our district. So When you come back to the voters, are you will be asking for the same amount we presently, so that renewal comes up?
yes,
Sorry, Mrs. Zucro, we're not yet to the discussion. We're just letting her present. And once the motion is made and seconded, then we open up the discussion to the board.
Write it down so you don't forget.
yeah. So this one is just stating as well, I mean, we want to keep the true cash balance. We need to keep to maintain, you know, the district having enough assets to maintain a certain time period to keep our students. And this will just show what we can maintain across the board as far as how long we can stay open. You don't want to describe it that way, but true cash days is the reducing amount. Of course, with the levy, you're estimated, you're actually on the levy. This one is just the revenue sources broken up into a pie graph, percentage of where all of our revenues come from. Majority are from our local taxpayers. State sources are the 37%. So the HB 110 is the latest formula approved by Ohio, and they do want to maintain that formula across the board, but there again, it's just for the 2 years. So you'll just see it, you know, of course, much more of the local funding we have for Tipp, but the state funding is pretty level across the board. The changes this year for the funding formula, one of them was the open enrollment, the way they're funding, where the students are placed. The funds follow the student where they're educated. For some of the restricted amounts, you know, that it changes the amounts because they now are putting it into the unrestricted portion. And they have just changed the allocation of where the money is going in, so it's going to affect the lines in the forecast a little bit differently. For the 22 and 23 funding are assumed to continue. Total revenue is estimated to shrink 4.9 annually over the next 5 years. But there again, we only know the next 2 years. So I think we may get a different governor that changes, you know, the budget after the 2 years. So our forecast is pretty flat in that regard. The last item there is the student wellness and success funding. It's been a topic will be, I think, here later on our agenda regarding things such as counseling services and so forth. Those are now a part of the unrestricted portion. So the majority of expenditures are wages in the district. Of course, we always, we're seeing that just on a rise a little bit, but not more than over the last 5 years. Any of our increases in the wages and benefits have been about on the same course from year to year. So when we were considering our increases for this year, we definitely took that into account. Of course, this just shows that, you know, even if our revenues per tip are consistent and we can count on those revenues from year to year, whether we hope our values will remain the same and we hope that the state funding will either stay the same or even go up a bit at this rate, with gas at $4.50 a gallon. Not so sure that we could ever not assume expenditures are gonna increase over what our revenues are. So with what that tells me, that we have to start trimming in some areas. And I, as a treasurer, just want to focus on asking for more. You know, I've asked even across the board, pardon me, our staff, you know, to be more specific in what you want to spend. Why do you need to spend it? You know, don't just say you want supplies, you know, and then I get a Walmart, you know, Amazon, or it could be any vendor, all these things. I just want to make sure we're spending them wisely, you know, spending our dollars wisely, because now we have to, when we get to the point where we have the levy, we need to make sure if it doesn't pass, then we. So I think that every day I'm just going to want to be more cautious on our spending in general, just because of inflation at this point in time.
Apologize for this case. It helps the public see it on stream.
So items to consider, basically what I said, the funding formula is not providing substantial new money. We are in the foundation formula. We're set up to receive our funding annually and with our services set up on that formula and on this particular funding formula. We have our ESSER money still, which is relieving our general fund. And that is very helpful over the course of the next 2 years. All I can say is that hopefully in the next 2 years, we'll have used our ESSER money to help all of our facilities and then be able to already have something new and exciting in place for our facilities that our community is supportive of. So we'll see how, by the time we get to fiscal year 24, you know, hopefully we'll be new and exciting things going on in Tipp City. That's all I can say. Of course, there again, the funding formula is uncertain beyond into fiscal year 24 through 26. Oops. And the last thing there, other proposals like College Credit Plus, excess cost and tuition are expected to increase our costs going forward. And hopefully that's just not that's kind of a result of inflation too. Some of those costs and services. So I know I kind of jumped through that and I I have the actual forecast, of course, in board docs, and I didn't put that on the screen because it's very confusing sometimes to put those numbers out there. It's available. So. Does anyone have any questions about that?
Prior to doing that, let's, the motion before the board or the recommended actions to approve the 5-year forecast for May 2022. Is there a motion?
I'll move.
Motion by Mrs. Zakor. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Motion by Mrs. Zakor and then seconded by Mrs. Drum. Mrs. Zakor, would you like to start discussions?
Sure. We may want to consider reformatting our protocol here on opening up this treasurer's report because it's so important. And I mean, I've learned a lot in the past 2 years and I'm not a finance person, so this is hard for me to really, it's not my natural interest, but it is everything. My household budget is my natural interest. And so I would like to suggest that we motion Robert's rules to open up this discussion so that in real time, a board member can ask a question because of the specificity and the detail in 7 or 8 or 19 pages as here. Keeping in mind that the 5-year forecast, one of the number one purposes of having it is to engage board members and community members about the finances of your district. It's not glamorous, but it's essential. And, we don't probably spend really enough time talking about our finances because I get all these emails. Well, just fix the bleacher stadium. I mean, just get it done. And you want to say,
Have you seen our
okay, will you please send me the list of the priorities of what you want? Classrooms, speakers, salaries, help me. So, thank you very much, Mrs. Fox. And that 5-year forecast is major. And I hope people will tune in more to it. On page 7, expenditures are increasing. And I want to ask you, in your prediction on that, what inflation rate are you factoring into that chart?
I think it was nearly at least 6 or 7%, not
Which
higher.
is by some economists low. Because they're looking at a 10% prediction.
Yeah, I think it was just for next year, and then maybe we've gone higher as the years progress.
Right, so when you start looking, I was just curious, so when you're saying about a.
I'm gonna double check that and get it
Okay,
an email to you though, okay, Ann?
because I can see
Without looking
that,
at that percent.
that ending balance is really,
I don't know if we went to 10.
those
I don't
diving there.
know what to 10%.
Yeah. So I didn't know, I know you have to use some number to sort of, use your crystal ball theory, and I didn't know what you were working with. You're saying about a 6%?
I don't want to quote that figure without pulling it up.
Okay,
So I'd like to pull it up on the Excel sheet and look at what we put in.
okay. And I appreciate very much your comment about we're going to have a real honest talk about what we cut and where. We just can't keep, if I'm not here in another year and a half, okay, so it's not my worry, but it's going to be somebody else's worry. It's going to be the next board's worry. It's going to be the next staff's worry. And I don't think that way. I'm not that self-centered, really. I'm here now. I'm rooted in. I want to prepare. It's like no difference when, we're looking and planning our bills at home. And are we going to take that trip next year overseas or whatever? And how are we going to do that? So I'll wrap this up. The point of my comments is that we have big things coming down the road, facility needs, bleachers, inflation, attracting and retaining quality employees, and something's going to have to give, and we're going to have to start being honest about where our priorities are. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Zakor. Mrs. Strong, did you?
Yeah, I have a couple things. So Melanie, first, I want to thank you for doing all the work on it. I know that it's a big, lots of numbers and things that I don't understand. So thank you for doing all of that. This is not my thing. But I did learn a couple of things. So the first thing is, I know you do a 5-year forecast, but realistically, we're looking at 2 years, correct? So like the next 2 years is what we're kind of like focusing on as far as our planning, correct?
Well, you still want to plan further than 2, but yes, we're comfortable looking at 2.
Okay.
And also with our levy cycle.
Yes.
Next year, the revenues in 25 is where it's gonna be.
Okay.
I have to start looking.
So we have levies that will essentially come back up for us to pass in between that time.
Yeah,
Correct.
because whatever the levy is, it's always the year, you get the revenues after the fact.
Okay, and so remind me again, what's our levy year then?
So we have one that's 12 of 24.
Okay.
And then I think it's 25.
Back
The largest one is.
So back to back.
24.
Okay, so our large one's 24, okay. I asked lots of questions, sorry.
Hey, you're new, that's your job.
So, yeah, there.
Thank you for doing your job.
I want to understand it. Okay, and then when you do this stuff for June, like you're adjusting all the expenditures and you're moving your numbers around, things like that, will that give us a more clear projection for like next year when we're looking at things?
So the revenues that we know,
Yes,
what we know, I will put in.
okay,
And that should be the annual amount from the state formula.
okay,
We estimate, sometimes you don't really know everything.
yes, I did learn that.
And on the revenues across the board, like
Mhm.
principal's budget or grant money or donations, or, you can just kind of look to say, well, last couple of years we've received, so I'll plug that in.
Okay.
There's like tournament account, or there's, just different areas, you kind of estimate.
That
Athletics,
includes
I
like
mean,
property taxes
ticket
as
sales.
well too, right? Like our property,
Oh, yeah, that'll
That
be
will
in there, I've got the
juggle
documentation
a
on
lot
that.
too,
That'll be
also.
adjusted.
okay,
Oh, yeah, that'll be property tax certificate estimate, so we'll have that for sure, but I'll put all that in and then I'll estimate the expenditures. I'll be real close on the salaries, wages and benefits.
okay,
It's the supplies and the services that I am
that you just kind of.
I'm still
guesstimate.
kind of unsure how to say, well, do we want to cut the budget? Or if everything said, used to be, well, it was 12,000, now, now these are things are 18 or 20 or, a couple months ago you have a quote and all of a sudden they just tripled the thing,
Yeah.
it's like.
Okay.
So, yeah, but I'm gonna now the next board meeting. Lots to work on.
Thank you.
So, and
Appreciate
I will
that.
get that comment.
Okay.
I'm gonna forget the percent that I haven't done.
I'm good, thank you, Simon.
Mrs. Dunaway?
Did you use K-12 services in Chris Moore for like
Yes.
the template on this?
Yeah, the template.
Okay.
Mhm.
Did he work with you to do this or did he just give you the template?
Yeah, well, I work with one of their guys. on
Yeah,
the
I
team
mean, it's
now.
common. I'm not like
Yeah.
attacking you or anything.
Oh, yeah, we
Because,
worked together on it
Right.
and went back and forth and kind of looked at,
Mhm.
what we've done and where we're going.
right,
So,
Yeah.
definitely.
because I never knew that we used K-12 to do these until a year ago.
Okay,
Yeah, I was unaware of that. So I know it's a service that they provide. They do it for, I don't want to say all schools, but many schools, probably
more and more
most,
districts are.
probably
using-
most schools.
Yeah.
Right.
There's a couple companies out there. and
Yeah.
they offer
A lot in this
software,
area use
A
K-12.
template, yeah.
Yeah,
It's a pretty heavy duty template with several tabs and I've seen different packages over the years.
yeah.
different
So is it
companies.
still about $8,000? Is that what we pay, or is it 10,000? Do you know what we pay?
I think it's like maybe $6,000.
Oh, it's 6,000? Okay, yeah, all right. It's been like a year since I heard that
It's
number.
the software
So-
package and the updates.
Okay.
And just the process together on reviewing.
Does that include the meetings with them and everything?
Yeah.
Okay, good, yeah. Awesome.
They're a good group. good
Yeah,
group of people.
They're very well known. They have a great reputation.
Retired treasurers
for doing
and
this, yeah.
Very good group of networking resources.
Right, is it still Chris
General.
Moore? Is he still? Yeah, he is. Okay. Yep, they have a great reputation. I'm not Just checking.
Yeah, definitely, and without their help. And
I was gonna say, for
Mr.
a first year
Stevens-
treasurer, this would have been impossible.
Yeah, with Mr.
Right.
Stevens and I, and other treasurers.
Yeah.
Working together, I know that, it is a tough process to do the forecast. And
Yeah.
I want to make sure it's, you know, we have to show for ODE all the information and data.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
Great.
So
Well,
you
thank
help us
you.
out. And I will, as things progress, you know, be able to remember exactly now, like, you know, when I know the salaries box, like when you asked me a question on percent, because we were throwing those percentages around. Salaries doing leases and our payroll and,
Mhm.
you know, just trying to look at moving forward, but the percentage on the inflation, I want to get back to that.
Okay, thank you. And I'm glad that you were able to get that done with him. And I know he's a valuable resource and he was always great with Dave doing that, so that's good.
You know, it's good feedback to.
Yeah, he's good.
I know that,
It's
the
very good.
forecast is very involved. And
Yeah.
There's a lot of data and reporting that goes into it. And so.
Is that all, Mrs. Dunaway?
Yeah.
Anyone else? Mrs. Fox, just a couple questions. I was looking at your 5-year forecast. And then we were talking about the levies and when they currently expire. So my understanding, and this is based on the sheet you emailed us in April,
Okay.
that PDF.
Yeah.
And I'm not sure if we did something to change that PDF, but based on that, it looks like we have two emergency levels, or levies rather, that are a big chunk of our revenue stream for the school district that expire at two different times. And when we're talking about, we're gonna have to come back to the taxpayers for money, what we're saying is we're gonna ask them to renew those essentially, correct? Just wanna make sure we're all clear. So, yeah, so then the other thing, I think there's one that's got 11.95 mils is a millage rate. And when I'm looking at that, it looks to me, based on their PDF, that it expires on 2023. That's the $5.6 million one, roughly. Versus, did you say
Okay,
20?
12 and 23, correct, 12 and 23, I apologize.
And
Those
then
revenues come in
do we,
through 24.
they do come in through 24 then?
Yes.
Okay, and then, so then when you're saying they expire, the levy expires a year earlier, we just get the funds after they come.
I think the 24 assignment, I was thinking the bond. And I'm sorry, because we're going back and forth
No,
on our different levies, so I apologize, that is
not a problem.
the high school subset is 12 and 24, so you're right.
I think,
Without looking at that, it's.
I think the
12 and
high
23.
school, the bond is in that 2027?
No.
No,
There's 24.
because we redid it? Is that why?
We didn't redo it.
Or-
It's been that way for many, for.
Yeah,
So we just
24
refunded
years.
it. yeah,
Well, the
we
bond-
refunded it
Yeah.
for-
The only reason I say that is when I'm looking at your sheet, the bond retirement date, it says 2027. That's 22.6 million.
So it was 3 years through 12 of 20, so in November of 21, we just did the refunding.
That might be a typo, because I know it's
Look
not,
at that.
I know it's not 27.
I'm
I'm positive it's not.
24.
So maybe
Yeah,
the
it should be
PDF is not right then.
Yeah, no.
All right, no problem.
Let's just verify that, but I'm pretty sure it's 24.
So,
What were you looking at, Simon? I'm sorry, I'm confused on the.
Remember when I asked for all the levies at the last meeting, and then you sent it like on a Monday after our last board
That's
meeting?
from the
The board
county,
meeting at the high
that
school?
sheet that I sent is from the county. They didn't
Okay.
mail that to you.
Okay,
So I'm trying to see which document you're referring to.
I'm referring to it was a PDF and it includes levy history typed on the bottom. We've seen this a few times. We saw it, I think, right prior to our modifying the bond.
Facilities.
And then I think we've seen it a few other times, but that's the one
Okay,
it's the one, I think you emailed it to us again in April.
Okay.
Was the latest date, but I was just kind of going through it, just I want to make sure that I think from the people watching at home that they understand that when we're talking about the emergency levies, these are levies that we've had in our school's history for quite some time that have just been luckily renewed through the grace and support of our community when they've expired. And without those, you see a great reduction in our revenue, which is a primary driver as to what our 5-year forecast may look like when these are about to fall off during that forecast. And so I wanted to make sure that I understood that correctly and confirm it with you. So that's the only questions I had. Thank you. Anybody else? Hearing no other discussion, Mrs. Fox, we're ready for you to call the vote.
Four,
Yes.
Drum,
Yes.
Dunaway,
Abstain.
Maines,
Yes,
and Patry.
Abstain. Motion passes. This item on the agenda is 6A, public records requests. Mrs. Fox, would you like to present?
Yes. Okay, public records requests for April. Very, very few. Had a little delay. I know personally, I'm just trying to get a lot of end of year things wrapped up in the board office, trying to get a lot of things settled, a lot of areas. So I know we had a delay in getting a couple things sent out. But I think that we're rather caught up, and don't think we had a whole lot of legal expenses either, so don't have any of those on the report. And I've updated our Google spreadsheet for the board, so hopefully, like I said, I'll keep that updated as much as I can. So if there's any questions on that, feel free to always let me know. I think that's all I have for public records updates. Do you have anything more at all to add? I don't think we did.
I'm just looking.
Yeah, unless anyone has questions.
I was just looking at the chart here. I was just wondering, the 13,731.73. Is that part of the 28,000 grand total for the year-to-date costs since July 2021?
Should have been. That's how I usually have them together.
I can't remember two bolded numbers from other charts. I just thought there was one bolded number, so.
No, yeah, I was adding them across the bottom, and then 28 would be the total.
Okay.
Because we had quite a bit last month.
Any
We
other,
didn't have any this month. Not the 30.
any other questions for you? Next item is old business, the Tipp Middle School and Tipp High School schedule change. The recommended action is to recommend approval to implement a 1-hour early release every Wednesday at Tippecanoe Middle School and Tippecanoe High School for high quality professional learning, common collaboration time, and to attend meetings beginning in 2022-2023 school year. Is there a motion? Is there, I guess, first, Mr. Stefanik, is there a presentation?
No, I was just gonna say that after the last presentation that there was no call for action, so.
Okay. Is there a motion?
I move.
Motion by Mrs. Drum. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Second by Mr. Maines. Is there any discussion?
I think Ms. Bone had some good points, honestly. I kind of like the idea of it, and I did a lot of reading on it. You know, I Googled it to find out what it is and so forth. And I guess one of the questions I had though was, we're only talking grades 5 through whatever, but why aren't we-
Six through 12,
Okay.
not fifth.
Okay, so why don't we include the grades lower than that? Why do the teachers in those grades not need that collaboration time?
It's kind of built into their schedule for most. I don't think I'm wrong. Kind of, maybe.
a little more built in than it is in high school. Like they don't have as many classes that they can kind of separate and go do things. I mean, my experience is only K-3, but we always had collaboration time like in the morning or like during our planning periods where we could kind of do that. It gets harder in the older grades because they don't really have times where everyone can kind of plan together or that the pods can necessarily all have that 30 minutes to get together or that 40 minutes during their gym time or library time or things like that. They don't have that stuff in high school and in the middle school.
I had another question, but it kind of slipped my mind when you said that. Oh, the other thing was, if I'm not mistaken, when they made the presentation, wasn't there discussion on, because I think this kind of came up in Ms. Bone's discussion, how it would be monitored, and if this is, are we just doing this on a temporary basis to see how it works out? And if, what's the measuring stick for how we determine whether or not it works out?
The action would take the entirety of next school year. It would be the new schedule for the high school and the middle school for the year. What we would do is we would look at if you want to call it PD or you want to call collaboration time, you would look at what the different departments or grade levels were actually working on and what got implemented into the classroom. It may result in pretty quick student achievement gains, but more of what you're looking for is you're looking for what changes actually occurred in the classrooms as a result of what occurred, during the collaboration time or during the trainings that they had during those meetings.
Okay, so what's the measuring stick though? I mean, do we look at the kids' classroom grades overall, or?
You might see that by the end of the year, but you may look at the actual transition. Okay, what did they discuss in the collaboration meetings or the trainings? And did we change the way we were teaching the students in the classroom? So what would happen then is the administrators would be watching, what's occurring in the classrooms, and they would be able to see if there were, in effect, changes that were for the better, that were occurring as a result of the trainings or the collaboration time. They would have goals that they would be going after, and whatever those goals were would have measuring sticks with each goal, and then you'd see whether or not you met that goal. But from trainings in the beginning of next year being the first year, to be able to say that by the spring you would actually have student achievement to the point where that would be one of the measuring sticks. I don't know if you could do that inside of 1 year, but as you build on it, for the future, you would definitely see all the stuff we're doing is supposed to enhance education and make sure that everybody achieves more.
And the committee that put the proposal together has discussed all that, and do they have it in writing someplace what their plan is or how they're going to measure it? Or
I don't think they would have all those specifics yet, because each department and each collaborative group would have different things that they would be working on. And so then as they got together, there would be an administrator, facilitating those discussions, and they would have goals that they wanted to meet, and they would discuss those with each group.
Another question that came up in my mind was, didn't they say this was recommended by the state, or am I wrong on that?
No, it's recommended by educational researchers is what it's recommended. If you don't have time for teachers to get together to talk about the most effective teaching practices, then it's up to each person to do that all on his or her own. And that's not effective. It's kind of a hit and miss, type of chance. If they get together, they process information, and they all commit to our department or our grade levels all going to do this because this is best practices. Now you have a commitment from the group moving forward as a whole.
Are there other school districts, Ohio, that are doing this?
There are school districts that actually have modified their schedule for every single day of the week, let alone 1 day a week.
Okay.
So it's just become their new schedule, and they built this teacher collaboration time into their daily schedule.
Still a little confused about why it wouldn't help the 5th grade on down
No, their time, they have access to more pockets of time to actually do it.
Okay, so they are doing it on their.
Right, they've got the access to the time, the 6 through 12 doesn't have it in their day. Their student interaction time takes up more than 90% of their day right now, where at the elementary levels, they've got some pockets of time where teachers can get together and the students either aren't there yet, or they've got some specials that they can use for planning time to get some of this work done.
So if we were to do this, though, we're not committed to a long term, we're gonna do this every year. It's gonna be on a test basis, so to speak, this coming year.
Well, this would, this first time I would say that you're talking about next year.
Okay,
And then we would present information to you, and then you, as you get comfortable with this, then we hope that we wouldn't have to come back every year, that you'll see why it's productive.
okay, but that's the proposal right now, is just to do it on this coming year.
To get us started. Yes.
Was that all, Schmitz?
That's all I have.
Mrs. Core, Mrs. Dunaway? Dunaway?
Yeah, I just have, well, to answer your question, Rick, there are districts too that have done this and have already stopped it because it wasn't effective and there was no way to measure it. So, and I do know a teacher in that district. She said it just wasn't working. There was no way to measure it. It was great at first, but then it kind of became more of a burden, so to speak. It just, you know what I mean? It just wasn't needed, but every district's different. So just 2 quick things about this. To me, this is all about accountability and leadership, right? If we have good leadership, this is going to be highly effective. And I am basing my decision on the fact that I fully support one of our new building leaders. Nothing but positive feedback about that building leader. The other one, I'm not going to say anything, but you know, as a board member, I feel like it's my job to support these kind of new ideas and give people a chance. So if we have a person who comes to our district and says, hey, I see a need and I have an idea, I don't want to be the person that squashes that. I want to give it an opportunity. The other thing is we reached out to the parents and we did a little survey and it came back that 66% of the parents thought this was a great idea. Kathy, I fully agree with the things that you're saying. And if it weren't for the fact that I just feel like, you know, because we've had so much turnover in leadership in this district, I just don't want to be the person that, you know, rains on somebody's parade when they've put so much time, effort, and energy. And if other parents should have come forward if they really had an issue with this, and there really weren't that many parents that came forward and said, I'm opposed to this. 66% of the parents surveyed said, I love the idea and I think it's great. However, I am not going to go into this blindly. I do next year when this comes back up, I will be asking lots of questions, just like I did on the Red Devil period.
Yeah.
That Red Devil period was a joke. I knew it was going to be from day one. I mean, but you know, it was the majority of the board. I went along with it. And it eventually phased itself out. It wasn't working for various reasons. So, you know, that's all I have to say. But I fully understand where your thinking is because I've had those exact same thoughts. And I also have everything that you've said, Kathy, I agree with as well. So
Thank you.
it's a lot to consider.
It is.
Anyone else? Any other discussion, Mrs. Fox? Please call the vote.
Drum,
Yes.
Maines,
Yes,
Dunaway,
Yes.
Patrick,
Yes,
Zakor.
No.
motion passes. Next item on the agenda are old business, the stadium bleachers 7B. Is there a presentation, Mr. Stefani?
Well, it's more like continuing the discussion. I think we had a presentation a couple of board meetings ago. Ms. Hagan passed out some information that she had gathered as far as some ideas about what can occur with the bleachers. We've got 3 quotes, and Mrs. Hagan, if I hit a bump in my memory here, just jump right in, if that's okay.
Yeah, I'll go ahead and
That's fine.
Move to open up discussion. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion by Patry, seconded by Drum. And then I would encourage board members to feel free to request points of clarification or provide brief points of information during the presentation. I think that Mrs. Akor's suggestion was a good one related to the financial report. All right. Go ahead, Mrs. Hagan.
Okay. Well, first of all, I've had quite a few people reach out to me, which I appreciate very much so. They have asked some excellent questions. One of them was a concern about the press box. If, you know, the bleachers aren't safe, is the press box okay? If we tear down the bleachers, does that mean the press box goes as well? Because most of the new builds now, the press box is attached to the bleachers. In this case, that is not so. So our press box is completely separate from our bleachers. So I just wanted to clarify that. And then Mrs. Bone also had an excellent statement earlier about the other bleachers that had failed, say at Howe Field, baseball, softball, tennis, and internally. So yes, that is true. And I've had people reach out to me in regards to that. But what isn't out there is that those bleachers have been repaired. When they fail, they come to you, they tell you what needs to be done. Then we immediately start working on getting those fixed, repaired so that we can utilize them. Right now, we have everything up to speed because financially we could do it. We did a lot in-house. The internal bleachers we do every year. A company comes out and takes care of those for us. So everything's up to par except the stadium because unfortunately that is a much bigger dollar amount. It's a big docket. The frames were built back in 1950s. So that's kind of where a lot of the complications come from. They're dated. They started out with wood seats. Now we have aluminum, and as I had quoted, we had gone out and got some quotes, and the one that seemed to fit best to do the repairs that were needed was $84,956. However, they still could not make them ADA compliant, so they would still fail, but they would be much safer, but they still, unfortunately, because of the ADA piece, would still not pass. So that obviously was one option that we have available. The other one was that we could demo the bleachers and level the land for future plans and just get the space clean. We did finally get the quote back on that. That would be $29,860. And then what they would do is when they take the metal, aluminum, and turn it into recycle, any credit they would give back to us. So that dollar amount would come off of the $29,860. However, we don't know from day to day what that price will be. It could be very small, it could be a little bigger. You just don't know. It's changing daily. So that is kind of what that would run. Then to do the concrete pad prep work on both sides to get us like the bleachers that we had talked about that we could repurpose, we'd start out with less seating than what we have now. And what would happen is eventually when we get the funding that we need to do the home side the way it should be, we can repurpose the ones that are on the home side over to the visitor side, and then take one of the smaller sections on the visitor side, put it at the end of the end zone where the road is for the student and band section. So all of that plan would be repurposed. We would reuse everything we have. So in order for them to pour the pads, level everything out, put the footers in, the concrete, et cetera, it would be $112,900. So that total project without bleachers would be $142,760. So the option in looking at that, if we did get the bleachers that we could repurpose, those ran at $279,984. So to complete the project with bleachers, which would not give us the quantity of seating we have now, but it would give us a fair amount, would be $422,744. So if the other option that we had would be to demo and level for the 29,860. And then you could bring your own seating in, which we did have a powder puff game where they did do that. The kids opted, they did not want to go to Howe Field. They wanted to stay at the stadium. However, we don't know if the league will permit us to do that. So that would be taken out of our hands. I did speak with Mr. Kramer. Unfortunately, he's not able to make it tonight because he has an athletic award assembly this evening. So otherwise, he definitely would have been here as well. So that's something we're really not sure where the league stands on that, but that's an option that we could put in front of them. The other thing would be if we did the demo piece, we could check into renting bleachers where they come in and you rent them for a season and then they take them out. The only thing I'm not real sure of is if they would put them on a level gravel area or would they require us to have the concrete footers? That I don't know. So I would have to check into that if that is something we think we may want to check into. The other one would be to hold the games at another venue. With that, the drawback, of course, would be our kids would never have a home field advantage. Our athletic and music boosters would lose out on their revenue, and we would have to pay a rental fee to another facility to utilize their field for home games. Let's see here. Then like we have been doing, that I guess if you want to look at that as an option, you would use the bleachers at your own risk. But the problem is if someone gets hurt, they're going to say, wait, every year you have to have your bleachers inspected. It's the state law. So basically they're going to come in and say, where's your bleacher report? And they're going to go, whoa, you failed and you didn't do any repairs and to make your bleachers pass. So that's going to lie on you guys. So I don't feel personally that is a risk that we want to take with taxpayer money. So those were some options that we've been working on since early March. And we're at the point now we really need to decide what avenue we're thinking of going because Mr. Kramer has to sit down with the league. They're going to start scheduling events and the league wants to know what we're doing. So those are very important things that we need to decide like immediately. So do you have any questions? Oh, Mr. Swan.
Well, I was just going to add in there, a lot of times we talk about football. We've also got soccer, soccer season, and we've also got band invitationals that take place down at the stadium. So we've got a pretty busy fall schedule lined up. And if we don't have seating, we already heard from OMEA, which is the state music association. They said if we don't have seating, then we're not permitted to host an invitational or a competition here because we don't have the facilities that meet their criteria. So they're looking to see, if there's an alternative place for our band to go. They would still be the host, I think, but it would be at another venue if we don't have appropriate seating for the band contest.
Couple things. Number one, I think to keep doing nothing is not the right approach. And I believe academics and athletics go together. They're very important to these kids. I know they are to my grandkids. So one question that comes to mind, going back to the 84,000 repair, even though I realize that would be, at some point, we got to go beyond just repairing, but I am concerned about this coming season. It's not fair to these seniors that are coming up. And it can make a scholarship difference for these kids too. But if we did the $84,000 repair, what additional cost would it be? Since first of all, that's going to bring it back to where it's usually. What additional cost would it be to make it ADA compliant? How much additional money are we talking?
They really can't do that with the frames that are there.
Okay, all right. So
So that's the problem. So it's almost 85,000. It's 84,956. And that was the drawback that they said. There was no way with the existing frames that we have that they can make those ADA compliant. Now, we could maybe purchase a small section that they would be
Accommodate.
off to their own, but yeah.
So my next question then is to Melanie, and maybe you can explain to me or straighten my mind out, but I looked at what your report was on our permanent improvement budget, and it started out 454,000, receipts year to date 781,000, expenditures only 664,000, so there's $116,000 difference there. So, but at this point in time, even after our unencumbered balance, we have close to 80,000 more right now, even with, the unencumbered balance right now than what we started with. Can we use this money for, and what, we got 2 more months to go, May and June before the year's up. Do you know what permanent improvement funds are going to be used for these next?
No, we have a
months?
couple of payments set up. They're already encumbered. They should be within the income.
Yeah, the encumbered is
We
41.5.
have not all of it. No, we don't have all of it planned to use. And what my 2 cents, again, is to look at getting the repurpose option. And then we look at paying payments from the permanent improvement fund. So we don't just, pay the whole thing now, you can finance those types of capital financing purchases for the district into like a 7 or a 10 year lookout on the payment. And we're trying to look at that option to have it as an option that we're, if we need 422, 744, or whatever number I just heard, or, more, to get something plus the land and have it going, then we don't just, if we don't have that right now in the budget, then we pay moving forward. So we're looking at our Baird guide to give us that option. If that's what I think it's a good idea. Because I think this is
Which one
something,
was
we bought this 50 years ago, and we're still, we're looking at something we can really maintain for that long. I mean, that's good. If we've had those bleachers 50 years, it's time to get rid of them though, because it's a huge liability. We have
Yes.
one child that falls
Yes.
and cracks their head open
I
on
agree.
these things, we are done.
And to do
Because we
nothing
have
is
a
not the
thing
right
that
approach.
says that it's failed. You can't just. So I think the repair is a waste of money. I think it's like,
Sorry, Ms. Fox,
that's kind of where I'm at.
Mr.
So
Mason.
that's just my, move on, please. Thank you.
Do you have any other points of clarification or questions?
No, that's the questions I had.
Mrs. Fox, when we open up to general discussion, feel free to jump.
Okay.
Any other points of clarifications or questions?
Yes.
Mrs. Drummond?
Okay, so you threw a lot of numbers at me and I'm a little slow at things. Okay, so just make sure. So to clean the area and just not have any bleachers, it's 29,860, correct?
Yes.
Okay, to fix but not be ADA approved, it's 84,956.
Correct.
Correct, okay. The concrete pre-work was $112,900. Yes, how did you get to the 142,760?
I added the 29,860
Okay,
and the 112,900.
okay. For cleaning and, okay,
Yeah, so that's demo and then site prep.
okay,
But not bleachers.
Yeah, no bleachers yet.
okay. And then when we got to this 422,744, that
That
is,
includes the bleachers, the
prep work.
clearing, the concrete, yes.
okay, and that's to have what we have now, correct?
No,
No, less.
it would be less, but you would have enough to make it work.
Okay,
To
and
get us
then-
by.
There's another number, and that's why I think I'm confused, that you threw out, and that is the 646,746 on this email from farm.
Oh, that
Yes.
was to replace the bleachers.
Okay,
That is the same seating
that we have now.
that we have now.
Okay.
And it was just getting a different quote
Okay,
from another company that, yes.
okay,
But
That's
That was prep
but-
work.
but there's no
But that's no
demolition,
prep
there's
work.
no prep work. That's just the
That's
new
just
bleacher cost.
bleachers. That does not include concrete, demo, anything.
So that's $1,100,000.
Yeah, that was.
okay, so that's how we got to that million number at one point.
Correct.
Okay, that was confusing me.
Yes.
Okay, thank you for the clarification
welcome.
on all of those numbers.
You are very welcome.
I appreciate that. Okay,
You're
One
welcome.
more clarification.
Hold on one second, Mr. Mix. I want to give the other board members another thing. Did you have anything else, Vice Clarification?
that I just needed to understand all of that.
Mrs. Dunaway, Mrs. Cord, do you have any questions for Ms.?
Yeah, so Melanie, how much money do we have to work with in the Tip Pride checking account? Is there anything left in Tip Pride that they would be able to donate to the bleachers financially?
I have no idea. I
Okay.
don't think they provide
So as a point of,
us any information that they provided.
as a point of information, we don't have any authority over Tip Pride.
Well, I just didn't know if it was like
Yeah.
a joint venture,
We-
because they started the project. I think it's a fair question to ask if they're gonna donate money. That's,
I was
I
just
wanna
saying,
know, because we're making a financial decision tonight. And I don't know why you're so opposed to me asking if we've had any financial conversations with Tip Pride. What is so offensive about that?
it wasn't offensive. I was
Okay.
just simply stating we don't have authority over.
I understand that.
I-
I completely understand that.
Right.
We are not Tip Pride. That's the whole point of this. Tip Pride owned this project, but now the whole thing is being put on in our laps. So I'm saying, did they come to us and say, hey, we're tapping out, we're not doing this anymore, but we do have $25,000 that you're welcome to have. Mr. Stefanik?
Cash, the cash piece, that we, at one of the last meetings, they
Sure.
said that their cash flow was minimal, so.
Okay, so
And-
zero.
and-
Let's just say zero.
Yeah, but they did say that one of the donors actually put, I think the number was 50,000 in-kind concrete
Okay,
work.
I think we
Uh,
talked about Ernst.
Yes,
Okay,
so,
we talked about
so
that.
we could discuss that with them as we get to the concrete prep part of
Gotcha.
the stadium part.
Okay, so my other question is, has anybody approached city council? Because they own the land, we lease it for $1. I believe it's $1. So has city council come forward with, hey, let us pitch in, let us, anybody had any conversation with city council?
You want to talk? We've had conversations with city departments,
Okay,
and we were looking to see if this board was comfortable going forward, and then we would have more conversations with the city about the plan.
so the answer is no. We don't know if city council's gonna
Not yet.
do anything.
Yes,
Okay,
not yet.
because sometimes they'll do the electric or they'll
Right.
do the prep work, that would save us, $29,860 if.
Yes.
And then the other thing is, am I correct in assuming that we can't get grants because the school doesn't own the land? Like if there were a grant, the paperwork would have to come from city council because they own the land.
Yes.
Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay,
That's our understanding, yes.
gotcha. Okay, that's my question.
Mrs. Cord?
So has anybody asked the city council if they've done any paperwork for grants?
I sent an email too.
I met
Thank you
with
for that.
the zoning
Thank you.
officer, and he was checking with a few of his leads, and then we checked with a few people that we knew, and so far nothing has come back that we can utilize it for the stadium, unfortunately, but everyone's still looking. It's just kind of finding that needle in the haystack if it exists.
But we don't have time. 'Cause
Correct.
We're out of
No, we are
time.
running out of
There's
time.
no time.
Correct.
So Mrs. Hagan, what I'd like to say, and this is not in any way, shape, or form directed at you personally, I think you're doing an amazing job. I think you need about 10 more sets of hands to do your job. So I have nothing but commendable things to say. However, I'm mad, and I'm hot mad about this. And I have every reason to be. I was put in this board seat for a reason, and that was to answer to the taxpayers. So we're just sort of now getting this pop-up crisis on the bleachers, and I'm not accepting it. There's a lot of questions here, and I'm going to go back to our last board meeting where this board agreed to pay roughly $13,000 on a structural engineering report, believing we were going to get that analysis back, believing that we did get that analysis back, and then a few months later finding out, oh gee, it wasn't a structural engineering analysis at all. I'm sorry, that is not my business mindset. I'm not going to succumb to that business mindset. Like I said, I'm here to do a job and questions need to be answered. The first one I'd like to ask is, state law, every year you have to have bleachers inspected. Do you know what Department of State is requiring that, Mrs. Hagan?
I sent back in the email when I sent all the documentation, the verbiage that is, it's that we were given that it has to, Mrs. Tuttlehoff can speak a little better than I on that, but yes. And I was unaware that one, it had to be done, and two, that it had not been done. So when I found out that it was a requirement, then I went on ahead.
It sounds like it
scheduled
hasn't been done for many years.
Correct.
Because if it had been done, this wouldn't be a pop-up. This would have been something that was discussed on an annual or a biannual basis or some kind of a routine. And Mrs. Dunaway, you're the one with the longest institutional memory, I believe, in this room. From a governance perspective, have you ever heard about bleacher inspections?
No,
Okay, which has been about 7 years in governance.
7 years.
7 years, okay. So then I'd like to ask, the authoritative source, we think it's from the state. We're not quite sure what department of the state of Ohio. Without that inspection, which obviously I don't think we've had one here, am I drawing an improper conclusion that do we have a piece of paper like on an elevator that gives the date when the last inspection was? Nope.
No.
Okay, so since we don't have that inspection and we have been going all these years without that inspection, what is the consequences other than what is going to be incurred directly liability-wise within this district? Does the Ohio High School Athletic come in and shut you down? What's the authoritative source that punishes you for not having this annual inspection done? Is there one, Mrs. Hagan?
From what I understand, there's basically not a punishment unless you have someone get hurt.
Okay,
And then your
Lawsuit.
district endures a lawsuit.
okay, so here's why I think all this is important. I probably won't be here much longer, and when somebody comes in and takes my place, I'm gonna ask people to wake up and take hold of the steering wheel and realize that this money all matters. And had we been paying attention to this stuff years ago and preparing for this, we would maybe be in a very different set of circumstances. So, liability is like on all of our radar. It's huge. And we don't want to incur that liability. However, I am unwilling to just sort of skim over all this history and how we got here to talk about the fix. Because I think the history is what is driving the need for this fix. And I'm hoping that down the road, whoever comes in and sits in this seat will accountability. Who's ever accountable for that. This is a mess. And my first thought about, I feel one of my primary responsibilities is mitigating liability. So this can't be ignored. Is the fix in the materialistic repair of the bleachers? Is the fix in the postponement of the activities at that stadium? I don't know. I do think that we need to have conversations with the city because there can be shared activities with that stadium, like let's say at 4th of July. Residents want to come and sit on the bleachers and do their glow sticks and wait for the fireworks and whatever. So I think that to have any future conversations without first exploring what all the territory requirements are on their part, or what they're willing to do territorially to help fix this is premature. I think we need to be having this discussion. I guess I disagree, Mr. Stefanik, you're saying, then we can move forward. I think those conversations need to be had now with city. Check off all the boxes, will they participate? Can they participate? Do they have grants? What's their liability obligation in this? Since they own the land and we lease it, and I don't know what that lease looks like. Who has responsibility for any of the content on that land? Is it solely ours?
As long, what it says is that if we're leasing it, we have the right to make improvements and enhancements to the stadium as the lessee.
Well, we have the right to, but what I'm asking is if things are dilapidated and unsafe, who takes on that responsibility for that condition? Is it shared? Is it the city since it's on their property? I mean, I don't know.
Yeah, that getting to a dilapidated state is not listed in the lease agreement.
Getting to an unsafe state, I correct my terminology. If it's unsafe state, who takes responsibility on that?
Right. Maybe it's them.
So let's start having these conversations. I mean, I'm just kind of shocked that we're all ready to kind of choose option A or B or C when we haven't even dug into the bones of what's behind all this, in my opinion. And with them, that's got to be a beginning conversation so that we have a clear understanding of where the boundaries are on their end and our end and responsibilities for that matter. I think that needs to happen first before we can move into choosing A, B, or C as an option. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Secor. All right. Mr. Stefan.
I just want to put one piece in there. The reason we brought this up again today is we're at the point where because of supply chain issues and availability, if we don't act sooner rather than later, then we're not talking about this coming fall. This coming fall will be no bleacher access, for the stadium, and whether or not that means we're permitted to have games there or not. That's the state we're at right now.
So I have a question. What is the probability that we could get everyone together in a room within the next couple of days, get this figured out, and then have an emergency meeting to decide something? Because I mean,
Respectfully.
okay, that's it.
It's tough.
That's fine.
I'm trying to be flexible here, but
I know you are. I appreciate that.
that's
Sorry.
different than the presentation. That's kind of a different
Yes.
motion. If you don't mind, I'm sorry.
No, that's fine.
I want you to bring that back up. I have a few questions.
Yeah,
That's
go
okay.
for it.
Mr. Means, if it's okay with you, I know I told you I'd come back with you if I could ask some questions. The discussions with the city, Mr. Hagan or Mrs. Hagan and Mr. Stefanik, if any of you guys know, were some of those discussions pretty substantive, like where someone's saying, well, come back to us once the board's made a decision, or was it kind of like feelers? I guess how substantive were your discussions and what was the result of it?
Mine were pretty intense because I was nervous, upset, and like, okay, now here's where we are. How can we move forward? What can we do? And so they were very kind to say, we'll check into this. You're definitely going to have a demo permit. We'll help you with that. The problem with the downside of the repair piece, that's the $85,000. Your bleachers you have now are grandfathered in, so you start tweaking it too much, it's going to be It's gonna be more in depth. They were very, very kind, helpful, patient. Mr. Stefanik did meet on the side with Mr. Eggleston and learned some information that he was unaware of. And they said, you know, if you guys can give us at least a rough idea of what you're thinking, then let's talk again. And then they would have to go to their council as well and see what they feel and whether or not they would want to vote on that piece. But it's like, we can't really give them any idea of what we're thinking of and what options we're maybe leaning a little more towards. It doesn't mean that's what we're doing. It just means that that may be what we're more focused on, and would it be a possibility that they could help us out at all, and where do they stand? But they definitely are in the loop on where we're at, what's going on, and they just were wanting to know what everyone else's feedback was. What direction were they leaning towards? And I think that's why we've kind of spoken numerous times, just because I don't have a clear view of what direction we need to move forward with that I can share with them.
Thank you. I had a few more. And then to Mrs. Dunaway's point related to speaking with Tipp Pride, did we have any discussions with them related to that in-kind donation on the concrete? I mean, how substantive were those discussions? Well, how far did they get?
Well, we had a discussion with them back when we had to do the retaining wall. And we did not get any concrete donation or anything at that point when we had that project.
That was like October, right?
Yes, it was, well, I think it was right before football season.
September.
Because we just barely pulled it off, yeah,
Gotcha.
because it was getting close. Because we couldn't get the metal to fabricate the railing and
If we were able to get that $50,000 in-kind donation, were any discussions that you had related to pouring the pads, the footers, of the repurposable bleachers? Did that include that possibility and using that? No.
No, because we would have to get that approval through Tipp Pride.
Sure, but you didn't have asked them the question like, and you probably didn't think of it, I wouldn't have either, but you didn't think to ask like, well, if we can bring our own contractor in for the concrete, would you guys work with them? Is that something you guys never had any like discussions like that, I'm guessing?
No, not
No.
really. No, it was,
Just kind of what's your quote for all that? Yeah.
yeah, exactly. Just, I wanted a highball dollar so that I kind of knew what the worst scenario was versus going on a low ball and then going, oops, no, now it's this, so.
And the numbers you provided us tonight, are those from just you contacting one single source or multiple sources, and these kind of being the best numbers you saw or best options available?
At this point, I had only contacted Bruns because they were familiar with the existing plan. Now for the demo, the leveling and all that, and then giving us a return on the recycling metal, that's something you're not gonna get anywhere else. I know that. So that's really good bang for your buck. The concrete and the pouring and all that, I feel like if that's a route we want to go, I need to do some more research on that to see where we would be at.
So the
On
approval
that
would be for up to that amount and you could bid it later on? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, or if we could just at least give Mr. Stefanik and I an idea of what we're thinking, then I can take off with it. But I've kind of done a lot of work and I've contacted a lot of people on all these different options. And people are kind of getting tired of hearing from me. I'm gonna be honest with you.
Right.
And they're watching our board meetings and they're like, oh, okay, here we go again.
Right.
And so I am really struggling with vendors right now.
Sure,
I'm just gonna be honest.
right.
So some people just are like, yeah, I can't get to you this year, I'm not interested. And I'm getting that.
Right.
So I'm like, oh, okay. So that's kind of where we're at right now. So I just need a general idea of what your gut is thinking, and then I will run with it. And I can get more details and more specific but right now, I'm just getting a lot of people frustrated because they're like, well, I gave you that and so-and-so gave you, and you're not getting back with us. We're not gonna get this done in time, and we can't, people are just checking out.
Right.
And I don't want that to happen. So I'm just asking that we at least fine tune it to a couple ideas maybe, and then I can really dig in deep with those couple ideas, and we can reach out to the city then again and get more detailed. Hey, this is what we're thinking. This is where we think we're gonna go, but we need to move fast because Mr. Kramer has to get with the league, and the league has to approve our facility, no different than the music. I mean, you know, that's the same thing with them as well, that even if we say, okay, well, we're ready to have one, if they don't approve our facility, it's out of our hands, it won't matter. So, and that's kind of where we're getting to the point of where we're at.
Quick clarification, for the options, those are 3 different companies gave us what they thought was the best direction to go for the stadium. So there were 3 companies involved in that. The
Yes.
demo and the concrete and the pad preparation, that was just one company. And I thought that was a great price, a great proposal.
Mr. I'll go, I think it was Mr. Maine, hold on, let me see the order. Mr. Main's, then it would be Mrs. Dunaway, and then Mrs. Zakor.
Okay, I just have a couple of questions. Number one, we keep talking about liability. If somebody gets hurt, I want to make sure we do have liability insurance right now, don't we? Somebody did get hurt.
Yeah.
Okay, that was kind of like, man, you guys are.
Yeah, but if you have a failed inspection,
Then it does.
is the insurance gonna step up and pay?
Yeah, it won't.
Okay, so we've already had a field
So
inspection.
then we're
Right.
running to the bank account
So,
and saying,
all
where's the
right.
doctor bills? I mean, come on.
Right.
Awesome.
Okay,
So we do and we don't, to answer your question.
okay,
But that's why we didn't even take a chance with the powder puff.
Correct.
We closed them down, and powder puff was standing on the sides, sitting on the grass and watching the game from there.
so the next question relating to that is there a specific area in the stadium right now that is so dangerous that's, because not passing the inspection, that's a major problem? Is there?
I would just think anything beyond like the 3rd level on a bleacher,
Yeah,
but you can't,
Well,
how do you keep
the
them
reason-
off of
Right.
one? No, you can't sit, you can sit in row 1 and 2, and then these are all, are you gonna have those kids that?
But you know what I'm getting at is you go down to Paul Brown Stadium and it's a relatively new stadium. Anybody can get hurt any place on that stadium.
sure.
So, that's a question. So, but then I'll go back to our numbers there, and what about refurbishing and I think it was the $422,000. Can they do all that before this football season? Can they get that done?
I was assured, a lot of companies know, but I was assured by Bruns, they could do the demo and the concrete leveling and get that finished in time. The problem will be getting the bleachers in, because it will take, at this point, Mr. Spencer just checked with the company, and they said that hopefully we would be 8 weeks out from getting them delivered, and then it will take at least 2 weeks to install after the concrete is poured and settled. So we would be cutting it very, very close
Yeah.
if
Not
we
gonna
can make that
happen.
happen.
It's
And
not gonna happen.
I'm not thinking it's gonna happen
Mhm.
with our,
But
with
if
our.
we did go
supply.
that route, then couldn't we add on bleachers later on?
Yes, if you went that route, you could repurpose all those bleachers. You could move them around, you could move the plan was to take one of the small sections from the visitor side, put it in the end zone, take the home side and put them all on the visitor side, and then you could redo the home side in a more better way where you have your press box attached and that type thing. However, it really is not going to be completed if you go that route by the start of soccer and football season.
So we'd have to play more away games to start.
If the league would approve that and if we could get it done in time. There's lots of ifs at this late venture in the game.
Okay.
Is that,
Yeah.
Mrs. Dunaway, you're next.
So this is gonna be very unpopular, but I really don't care. I think people know that about me. It's time to just take a giant breath and say, stop. Stop the madness, stop all this, stop the stress. Here's what I hate. This is not fair. It's not fair to you, Kim. It's not fair to Clay. It's not fair to Mr. Kramer. It's not fair to our community. You know, I don't talk about myself very often in these meetings, but I'm working on a home project right now that has to do with concrete for 6 months. They keep telling me, we're going to get to you. I've been trying to get concrete for 6 months. It's just the nature of everything that we're dealing with right now as a country. So to say that we're gonna, okay, like, boom, we're done right now. We're doing the $422,000 instead of, first of all, it's not gonna happen. I'm sorry. You could have a unicorn come in here, a magical unicorn, and wave a wand. Your chances are still slim to none. So for a school board to put that pressure on you and your team and the football coach and all that, why? Here's a great opportunity for us to take a giant breath and say, time out. We're done. We're going back to square one. There's all this stuff that's been going on with Tipp Pride. I don't even know what that stuff is. I just read about it on social media or people tell me. I don't know if they're done with the stadium. I don't know. But here's the thing. We need to find out. I'm tired of being reactionary. Reactionary causes stress. And here we are, school board, right now, you have 5 minutes, go. You need to make a $500,000 decision. Okay, if I have 5 seconds to make a $500,000 decision, I'm gonna say buy a boiler for Nevin Kopic because my priority is educating kindergartners and first graders so that when they get to 3rd grade, we don't have this issue of flunking the 3rd grade reading guarantee. I mean, come on. I'm not saying that sports isn't important. I love sports. But I'm tired of this running by the seat of your pants, last minute, hurry and rush and make bad decisions. I'm sick of it. I've been doing this 7 years. Somebody needs to be brave enough to say, stop, just stop. For once, can we fix something correctly and do it right the first time? I'm tired of the crap. Where is the leadership? Who's in charge of this? Is it the superintendent? Is it the board officers who are in facilities? I'm sick of it. Let's just do it right. If we have to miss the season this year, so be it. Look at everything that we did with COVID. We all survived. I would rather take a breath and do it correctly and figure this out so that we're not doing this and just keep on. Band-aid, 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 Band-aid. It's embarrassing. So that's my soapbox speech. And then also the final thing is, how can we look community members in the eye and say, yes, I approved $500,000 for the bleachers, but I've never in my life seen a Tipp Pride financial. I have no idea how much money they have. I've never even seen the donor contracts that Sam Spano signed when he was board president, when I didn't even know there were contracts signed behind my back. So where are all those donor contracts? Where I don't know anything. So how can I spend $500,000 when I don't know crap about crap? It's just stop. It's disgusting to me what the district does to the employees who are left cleaning up messes that the school board and the superintendent prior to you have created. It's not fair and it has to stop. It's not okay. As far as I'm concerned, it's job harassment and it needs to end.
Thank you, Ms. Dunaway. Mrs. Carter next.
Kudos, like I said. The failure to plan, prepare, be informed, and take ownership of that stadium from prior positions, whether it's board, athletic directors, superintendents, I don't know, it should not now be the impetus for the reactive crisis. It's not good business practice. I don't fall into it. I'm too old and wise for that. And I think stopping is a good word. There's a lot of things that need to be done here, starting with, and I couldn't disagree more. I'm sorry that we need to talk about, 29,000, 112,000, and then sort of get an idea and present it to city council. That's backward in my opinion. I very much like the idea of Mrs. Drum. The two bodies need to come together with their legal teams and understand, first and foremost, who has the legal responsibility, where and how and to what extent. Until those questions are answered, that's fundamental. Then once we feel this is a problem, this is how you create these crises, by not taking the time to prep and prepare and understand what you're dealing with. Know the nature of the beast. We don't know the nature of this beast. And so I think it's very appropriate, very good idea, Mrs. Drum, to get the two groups together, legal wise, and find out who needs to do what, where, and when, where are those responsibilities and where are those boundaries. And yeah, I think it is going to, supplies right now, we can't even get baby formula, right? So it's time to talk about, maybe we need to take a break, and it may be painful, and maybe that pain is the bitter medicine that some people need in this community to wake up and understand that, this wasn't just an act of nature that occurred. This is occurring because people were somewhat asleep at the wheel. Mrs. Hagan, could you just briefly, so I can understand better, what exactly, in a condensed version, is wrong with the bleachers? Is it the pillars? Is it the gaps between the right that somebody's going to slip through? Is it the concrete columns that are disintegrating? What exactly is the risk there?
So
All of it.
they're all grandfathered in. So they're not compliant with anything, but they're grandfathered in.
Okay.
So you have to close them in. You have to fix all the end caps. The aisleways aren't wide enough. You've got to put up railing. You have to put up railing in the back. You got to put up railing up through aisleways. You have to create that. There's bolts missing. It's a huge list.
Oh dear.
It's
And ADA compliance.
and there's zero ADA compliance.
So we need that from the get-go.
Right, yes. So,
Yes. Okay, so there's a lot going on. Okay.
Well,
So
let's put the-
that's my summarization in short. I just want to say, in my short of it, is I think all this discussion of these plans is way premature. I would highly encourage that we understand exactly who has responsibility for what between the school and the city. And I'd like that confirmed through our legal analysis of this. And not until that has been satisfied do I feel that we can move forward. I'm not going to go into this crisis spin because something doesn't happen this fall. Sorry, and even if those bleachers were good, I mean, seriously, people, this is where you earn wisdom. As John Husted, Lieutenant Governor of Ohio, said, you don't gift it, you don't buy it, you earn it through years. And we could put all this in and get all this stirred up and fixed. And then then come September, October, there could be another shortage of something else that shuts it down. Take a breath, get the legalities worked out first, who's responsible for what. Things aren't pleasant this fall. I'm sorry, it's a good dose of medicine, and maybe it's a wake-up call that we all show up with a job to do and we need to be doing it. Yes.
Thank you, Mrs. Court. Mrs. Drum, you had some thoughts that I think we're up to the discussion point now. So go
Yeah,
ahead and jump in.
So yeah, I'm just trying to figure out, is there a way that we could get this done? Like that we can figure this out? Because I also have some concerns as well with the tip pricing. I've sat through a couple meetings and I know what what basically went on there. My concern is we have Board of Education past members who signed contracts. We have a treasurer for our school district that signed contracts. So what legally is our responsibility there? That's a concern. And then with this bleacher thing, like, how do we get everybody together to come up with a solution? Because all these numbers are scary. Like, these are super scary numbers. And I just feel like overwhelmed by all of these numbers. Because I don't understand how they all fit together. I'm a new board member and I'm still trying to figure all this stuff out. And there's a lot of moving parts here.
The timing scares me more than the money. There's just no
Yeah,
time.
right.
We have no time.
Yeah.
We can't get
There's
this
so many
done.
moving parts. So that's my concern. So how do we get everybody together is my question. Figure it out.
Mr. Mays, you had something else.
Yeah, well, addressing the timing thing is, I think, very important, which is why I suggested that the first part, if we want to play this fall, let's repair it now and let's do the rest of it after we get through this part. But what concerns me is all this negativity that we keep portraying. We need to be a more positive board. The community doesn't deserve punishment. Neither do the people that's been working so hard on this project. We need to do something. And I said at the very beginning, we can't keep doing nothing. We got to do something if we want to do what's right for these kids. I'm telling you, I strongly believe the academics and athletics are so important to our community. We are a small community. We're a young community. We are a together community for the most part. Let's keep it together. Let's keep on moving. I'm tired of hearing the complaints. What?
Mrs. Fox, I'm kind of curious about, if it's all right, Mrs. Dunaway, I've only spoken once, so Mrs. Fox, you had prior, when we were doing the points of clarification, you had some discussion points that I thought were very interesting. I was curious to hear from you related to what you thought made sense financially for the school district related to repurposing the bleachers. Could you share that with us? I mean, and I'm not trying to put words in your mouth, so
Yeah, and
if you want to.
just a combination, and I don't have the lease in front of me, but I think that the city, to go backwards a little bit, I think that the city would allow us to keep our investment. Because I don't think that they buy bleachers.
So as a
I think
point
they're
of
in the market for
information,
bleachers. So
says
that's
it-
why I'm.
What are
If
we
it
talking
informs
about?
you, I'm Mrs. Dunaway. It is a point of information to you, Mrs. Fox. We do, under the lease, keep all improvements, including any improvements related to the seating. The ownership.
That
is
aren't like
retained.
detached, excuse
No.
me, attached.
It's any improvement that we place on there are all leasehold improvements, and the ownership stays with the school district. That's in our lease that was emailed to us on April 30th.
It would be
Yes.
staying with the school district.
Yes.
Yeah, okay, so my thought is, if we get this temporary, and I know the timing for football is my concern, and I know Mark's brought up rentals as well. But I think we can afford to go ahead and demo these bleachers. I think we need to get. And I know some of you are concerned about the previous administration and Tipp Pride, and it goes back more than 5 years ago, which is hard to go back and find all these people and find out why and who made the wrong decisions. Now we're here. And then we think of all the people that go into that stadium, and most of them are taxpayers and their grandparents and their whoever. They may not even like football, they just go because the kids are playing football and they go to Tipp schools, so they're going to the game. I think it's a good investment for us to spend the $30,000 and get the demo on the books now. Get Craig Kramer to get OHSAA to let us know, okay, now, can we have the games in Tipp City? Or can we not have games? I don't think we should have people in our bleachers, so I think the $30,000. I would like to see the board put a motion tonight to go ahead and so we can get the demo ready. So we can get the demo of the bleachers for the $30,000. Because we haven't made a decision yet whether we're gonna, so if we buy those, Simon, back to your question, you buy these $230,000 repurposing bleachers that potentially And I don't think the city's gonna kick us out of that piece of land. I mean, even if we decide as a district to go back up to the high school and say we're gonna now we can still repurpose these bleachers. They're gonna last for so many years. I think that we can take a section and put them wherever we need to into a new stadium, if that were to be the case in the future.
But if they're not
For the
compliant.
band or.
Right, I'm confused.
No, new units, new bleachers that we would get in, that would just not be for the whole amount that we serve now. That was the first quote, the 646, was to get the number of people, but this lower amount. So if we demo them for the 30,000, I think we can do that right now. And I think we need to look at if we can get a rentals in there for football. We need prices, of course, but we didn't want to get into getting all those prices until we knew we were gonna have a demo piece of land to even bring in rental bleachers, or even get the prices for rentals. I don't think they've gone that far, but I think getting rid of the old bleachers would be a good investment for the district. And repurposing the new. I don't know.
Thank you, Mrs. Fox. So then that was very informative. So I'd like to then use my time for discussion now. The lease provides that we are liable, and we all received this lease on April.
Yes, could you point that out, please, point of order, what you're referring to, so that we can follow along?
The lease that we received it by email from Mr. Stefanik on April 30th. At least I think we did. I think so. At 1:59 p.m. and it was titled an amended lease agreement, community athletic field. And in that lease, it talks about a lot of things that were discussed as being unknown today, and they're known, they're in the lease. So as it relates to repairs and maintenance, we're responsible for those expenses on section 10. On the liability, we're responsible to indemnify the city from any liability arising, so we're responsible for that. And we're supposed to keep insurance of not less than $1 million. So we already have a contractual agreement to maintain and repair these bleachers. And by not doing so, we are in breach of our contractual obligation as a school district. And so we can look back and try to place blame and try to figure out who did what or what didn't do what. But what I know is there's an issue with the bleachers and it needs to be addressed immediately. This gives us our best chance of giving our kids, if not a complete season, at least a partial season, or at least a chance at one. The expenses that we are incurring, we're going to incur. And so, the demolition and leveling the land at $29,860, the site preparation or the pouring pads and footers, we're going to have to do that regardless. And so really what we're talking about is when we're going to incur those expenses and who's going to pay for it. And then we have bleachers of $280,000. Well, as everybody's expressed, with inflation going up, they're not going to get any cheaper. And so my opinion is that we're going to give the kids a chance to have a season in the stadium. If we don't succeed, we did our best to try. No one here was responsible for what happened and the administration and everything else. I get that. And it's easy to want to go back and try to figure out who we want to, place the blame on. But as we sit here today, this school district has a need. The expense is only going to keep happening, getting higher. So unless we decide that we're just not going to have home games anymore, we're going to have to do this. And so my thought is to authorize Mr. Stefanik and Mrs. Hagan for that repurposing plan, the one that totals $422,000 and $744, to authorize them to pursue that plan, not necessarily that plan as it stands, but to give them the opportunity to reach out to the city and work with the city to see what the city's willing to do, to reach out and with the Tipp Pride to see if there's a concrete available and reach out to people. Will you work with another contractor? All those things. And they can try to bring that price down or get better quotes, but at least now they can move forward. And if they feel confident that they've gotten it down as low as possible by getting all the quotes to try and get down, this has to happen. I'm comfortable with that. And again, bleachers only gonna go up. The cost of everything's only gonna go up. This gives us a chance to get a season in. The only question I had, and I forgot to ask you, is with these bleachers that we can repurpose, you said the seating capacity would be reduced. Is it still sufficient enough for the bands to have their events?
Yes.
Okay. And that's my feeling.
Make a motion.
Hold on. Is there anybody else that has anything else? Mrs.
Yes, I
Dunn?
wanted to address what you had to say, Rick, and I don't like that word negativity.
Yes.
I mean, it's,
I don't like it either.
yeah, well, you use it a lot, and you like to use it on social media a lot. It's not being negative, I'm being realistic. I don't want to put pressure on our staff, which already has so many other, pressures in dealing with, trying to get concrete in time, and then they're constantly watching the clock. All these people are calling, are we gonna have it on time? We're gonna have it. And the other thing is, from a business acumen standpoint, where's the business acumen? This isn't about tip pride, what happened. Let's just start doing things the correct way.
Exactly.
This isn't animus, but you called it negativity. I don't call,
Did
She,
we,
point of order, she has the floor.
yeah, I don't call it negativity. I call it being a good business person, showing business acumen and taking a realistic approach and saying, I'm tired of the Band-Aid approach. I'm tired of putting this pressure on the community. When the superintendent comes to us and says, we have to make a decision in 30 days, it's not fair to the board members. It's not fair to the community. It's not fair to the students because they're getting all stressed out, right? Because now all these parents are going, we hate the school board. We're not going to have football. And there's nobody sitting in this room who doesn't want to have home football games, right? But we are responsible. We have fiduciary commitments to the taxpayers. And all I'm saying is, with all of the recent changes in Tip Pride, let's take a breath, get our hands on it. If we're going to own it, let's own it and let's do it correctly. Maybe the correct way is to say, you know what? We're going to take the stadium. The school's now going to own that project. We're going to take full accountability for it. We're going to put it at the high school. We're going to roll it into a bond because we already know we need new schools. Whether we refurbish the new schools or build brand new, it doesn't matter. But let's take that pause, take that breath and say, we're going to put it at the high school now because that makes the most sense. I mean, all I'm saying is whatever the decision is, let's just get a plan, not a Band-Aid approach, an actual plan. And I don't think that's negative. I think that's being smart. I think that's preparing the next board for success, the next superintendent for success, setting Kim and her department up for success so that we're not doing this last minute, hurry, seat of your pants, 911, and everybody's panicking. That just, when you make decisions out of panic, it's typically not really a well thought out plan. That's all I'm saying.
I agree with most of what
Hold
you're
on,
saying.
Hold on, she still has the floor. Are you done, Mrs. Dunn?
Yeah, that's it.
All right,
I agree with, but,
hold on.
okay.
I'm trying to figure out who's, all right, go ahead, Mrs. Zakor. You can go after Mrs. Zakor.
Yeah, haste makes waste, and the message about the negativity is really unfortunate. Because it's really about all views being considered here, which is diversity is the best asset on a board. You learned that at Miami County ESC. And I think opinions matter. And there are people in this community that feel that sports has sort of railroaded things through and at the expense even of academics. I get that. I also get the flip side of how important academics are. How important sports are. I truly get that. But negativity is not the right word in my opinion. It's a discussion of accountability. How did we get here? Good business acumen. How can we avoid doing this again? And I appreciate this lease. It would have been nice, 2 officers, you want to talk, here again, it's not negativity. This is so key. I'm sorry, but I did not spend as much time on this lease as I should have, and I wish I would have. And there's something be brought to our attention to review. Hey, board, it's out there. Take a look. It's very informative because if this is all correct, it would seem like maybe therefore we don't need that meeting because it does help clarify those roles between city and district responsibilities. Maybe, if you,
Yeah, I have some else.
so, yeah, so, I'm still in the position because of the economy and where we're heading and supplies and fairness to staff. I'm not for this slam dunk, ram it through approach to say we did something. And aren't we great? We did something to help keep it. I am very much for problem solving and solutions, but haste makes waste, and I'm not in favor of just a quick fix to look like we did something really great. This is too serious of a matter with too big of budgets. And I think we need to slow down and take a step back here and take a breath.
I just want to make one quick point of clarification on the lease.
Yeah.
There is an opportunity for the city in section 7 and the school district to come to an agreement on sharing of the costs, but it has to be by a written agreement. And so that is on, I just want to make that clarification, is that on the repairs and maintenance, we're responsible. On erection or construction improvements to the existing building or structures, the cost is on us unless there's a specific written agreement between the city and the school.
There you go.
And that's the point. I just want to make sure we understood that distinction.
Thank you. It's a good distinction. Thank you for pointing that out.
Okay, now may I answer?
Yep, all right.
Okay.
Is it, hold on. Mrs. Drummond, did you have your hand up?
Yeah,
You've
so I
gone
was
three
just,
times, you just need to-
I'm sorry, I haven't got this.
Go ahead.
But that was what I was gonna point out too, Simon, is because I feel like that's why that meeting might be really important for us to have, so we can kind of discuss and see where we're gonna go with our next steps, because number 7 has been circled in my mind for a second, right? That's all. Go ahead, my friend.
Go ahead, Mr. Vance.
Okay, the negativity that I was responding to was that looking back, you both mentioned it, we are a new board.
Right.
But to blame the past superintendent or past boards, I don't like that part. Let's forget the past. Let's do what we're trying to do, which is move on. Something needs to be done. You're looking out for the kids. I know you are. I am too. And I know you are too. You just mentioned that you like sports too. So that's the negativity. I want us all to look positive from here on out, not negative. No negativity. It's probably not possible, but that's what I'm talking about.
And so it's okay, I've only gone twice.
No, you're good.
The thought I have is that we give Mr. Stefanik and Mrs. Hagan the authority and give them an opportunity to get this done, if not before the season starts, so that part of the season can have bleachers and we can have these events there. I'm not sure. I understand how us authorizing them to do this and to pursue this is somehow being unfair to them. I think it's more empowering them to do things that we know they can do. They're in the best position, I think, to assist us with that. And so the numbers that they provided to me make sense. They're numbers we're going to have to spend regardless. The city does not have an obligation to help us with the construction or erection or modification. And so whether we approve this in advance or after that discussion, the only time you wouldn't do that from a strategy standpoint is if you're not willing to stand up and take care of business as it's required.
Mm-hmm.
We have to do this. I'm not interested in revisiting past school board decision that committed this school district to that stadium. Tipp Pride arose as a result of that decision. There's already been $1 million or more invested into the stadium. The other going to the high school is going to cost more than staying at this stadium. I'm not really interested in moving that. And so because of that, we're going to have to do something with these bleachers. I would rather have something that we put in money that is an investment in the future. Of all the options I've heard, the only one that gives the kids a chance to have a season there and is an investment into the future is the option where we buy the $280,000 bleachers that can be repurposed in the future. And so if we authorize them to up to that amount to negotiate and get us a contract and to come back to us, and then we can certainly at that point then finalize the approved contract in piecemeal or in uniform through a special meeting. That to me makes sense. At least it gives the kids a chance to have a season or part of a season in the stadium. And if it doesn't occur, it doesn't occur, and that's okay. And there's no expectation that you guys can perform miracles. And so I think waiting though to do that and not authorizing them, we're just gonna have meeting after meeting, and they're gonna be too far spread apart for us to make anything really happen. It's gonna keep pushing back. This has to happen now. And so sometimes emergencies arise, and they may have been, the groundwork for that emergency may have been created in years past, but at the end of the day, it's what we have at this time.
Right.
All right, Mrs. Dunaway, I think you said.
Oh, no, just final thing, Rick. I'm not trying to blame anybody. I would replace the word blame with find. I'm not trying to blame people. I'm trying to just find money, right? Is there money? If there's any money, you know, is it now our money? You know, who's owning this project now, right? Because if the Tipp Pride officers have stepped down, which I've heard they are, then that's fine. But then I just want to know that if we're going to be investing $500,000, then let's just officially actually own the project now. And, you know, be in charge of the donor contracts and all of the fiduciary part, all of it, so that we know where everything is. And if there's money, let's get it and let's own it and take responsibility for it, because there were too many cooks in the kitchen. There was all this finger pointing, your job, my job, your job, my job. That was my issue with this from day one. So let's just, if we're going to do this, let's have the conversation and make it official. It's not going to be tonight, but we as a board need to work on that, because this problem is not going away. This project is not going away. The stadium is not going away. And that needs to be one of the things that we work on as a board.
Right.
Because it's a community asset. So then let's just do it. That's all I'm saying. I don't like the finger pointing. It gets us nowhere.
Right.
All it does is create animosity, which none of us need.
Yes,
That's my goal. So.
thank you. I agree.
Mrs. Zahor?
So looking at number 7 in this lease agreement, construction by school, anybody else has it up? I understand we could probably make a motion saying contingent upon city authorizing, approving, but the language, you know, we really should be getting some permission here and some dialogue with city before you improvements to existing building, the cost of any construction, demolition, or any change. And then it goes on, the city shall receive copies, architect plans, blah, 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 and then all work, no, city shall be notified prior to and at the time of commencement of any work. All works shall be performed in like manner. So it sounds like that we are required by this lease to be having a dialogue with the city prior to taking action. So I guess my endorsement of Mrs. Durham's plan is back on the table. I think we need to
Emergency meeting, as
have
you
this
said.
meeting, and if not an emergency, a special meeting as soon as we can find out and get in here ASAP and get this hashed out. So.
Thank you, Mrs. Drumm.
Yes, yes, I wanted to I was gonna say, I feel like you've already kind of laid those groundwork steps, so please.
If I'm allowed to speak.
Please.
I did talk with the city in regards to all the permits, different options. They even came up with a few themselves.
Great.
Then I reached out to the county to make sure, because you're in a very fine area. You take dirt, you gotta put it back. I mean, it's a big deal. So I reached out to the county. We had quite a conversation. He was like, Kim, I completely understand. We'll get through this. We will help you push through as quickly and as best as you can. The county's been amazing. The city's been wonderful and very helpful. But right now, all they know are a bunch of options and they don't know what we're really leaning towards. So they're waiting on me to come back to them and give them more of an idea of what we're leaning towards. So then we'll have a better view of, okay, this is what you're leaning towards. Okay, what can we all do to try to make this happen as soon as we can?
Are they gonna help with zoning? I'm sure there's gonna be zoning issues, and so that
Yeah,
comes.
you have to have all
Yeah,
kinds of
I'm sure,
permits,
yeah.
you gotta have your demo. And they assured me,
Okay.
don't worry about it, we'll help you, we'll
Gotcha.
walk you, it's all good, it's a team effort.
Basically,
So
fast track, help,
yes,
Okay,
they've
gotcha.
been off the charts great,
awesome.
I will say.
Mrs. Drum, you still have the floor.
I was just gonna say, if someone has a motion, I think that would be a good plan.
All right, anyone else? All right, I will make a motion to authorize Mark Stefanik and Mrs. Hagan to pursue a facilities project related to the bleachers that includes a demoing of the bleachers and leveling the land at approximately $29,860.
Simon, can you email this to me, or do you want me to, I'm going into the meeting right now, because it's a discussion item. So I thought I would just go ahead and
Yeah, let me
type it in, or if you want to.
try to do that real
I
quick.
can type it in. Okay, I can probably just type it, so you don't have to bother. Just remember. Action items, which will then. Give me the support button. Okay, go ahead. So I'm in the motion.
I'm gonna type it.
Are you typing it?
Yeah.
I got my email. I think you're typing it to my email.
So, I know, I'm always hungry.
I know, me too, that's like hard. I usually eat cheeses. Peanuts. Yes, it's peanut and cheese.
Does anybody need water?
No. I'm just trying to do one. I'm waiting until the business. Or not, yeah. Yeah, 9 a.m.
I'll take one since you're up.
Okay, 9 a.m.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Yes, thank you.
Yes. I know, I have like a hydro flask. Sit on my counter every morning. Yep. It's like 64 ounces.
Yeah.
Yep, I keep it on the kitchen counter.
I'm a papa.
Okay, Coke.
Mine is Coke Zero.
I love that too. Yeah, it's so good. I love peanuts.
They're bad.
There's like a little bit of protein.
They're bad.
Do you put them in the freezer? Oh God, they're best in the freezer. So good.
Sweet.
The frozen are the best. The frozen ones are the best.
Thank you, Mr. Stefanik.
We should
That
DoorDash
was so
Taco Bell.
nice.
Mexican pizza started today. They're back, the Mexican pizzas. They're easy to make at home. They're so easy. No one does it. So-
Yeah, but it's much nicer when someone make it for you.
I know, that was my high school job. I worked there for 2 years, so I know all about Taco Bell.
We call it or something.
Yeah, I said the Mexican pizza started today. They're back.
Here a while. He's prepared. appear in the motion.
Yep.
So.
Hey, John.
Name in there?
Yeah, I seen the night where it's going. Yeah, right. Yeah, but my son missed them all because he had baseball. Well, right, he scheduled, it wasn't a rain out game. That was his. My son's a head one. You'll be asked. It's just work hard. It's like, I thought that was disgusting.
That's frustrating.
Yeah, and the other thing at the same, we've been seeing that. So we scheduled the one for that night, it was two singers. And then at 7, it's like second or third miss class, which is solid. Like, why did I do that? I thought that was a horrible decision.
Yeah.
Not good. Not good.
So here's the motion I'm making. A motion to authorize Mr. Stefanik and Mrs. Hagan to pursue a facilities project for the bleachers, including the following. To pursue negotiation and authorize them to approve a contract for demoing the existing bleachers as needed and leveling the land for the preparation of the purchase and installation of bleachers at a cost of demo and leveling the land of no more than $29,860. Pursue negotiations and authorize them to approve a contract for the pouring of concrete pads, footers, and other construction items necessary to prepare the site for the installation of bleachers with the cost of such site prep not to exceed $112,000. Pursue negotiations, authorize them to approve a contract for the purchase and installation of bleachers at a cost not to exceed $280,000. Pursue funds from Tipp Pride or in-kind donations concerning the same, including potential concrete work. Pursue agreements with the city for sharing of the cost to the extent possible, and pursue any and all necessary permits and or requisite regulatory approvals concerning the foregoing. Just fixing spelling, with all the foregoing contingent upon requisite permit and regulatory approvals. Mrs. Fox, I'm emailing that to you now. Is there a second? Is that a second, Mrs. Zakor?
It was a long motion, so I'd like to hear it again.
I don't have your email yet.
Is it on there yet?
Oh, there it is.
Okay. Yeah, let me click on the board docs and see if it.
Okay. So we have first by Simon and second.
There's not a second yet.
Yeah.
Was it on here?
Can you
Yeah.
update the agenda with it?
I don't see.
Well, there needs to be a second, I think, to update the agenda.
I'll second.
Second by Mrs. Drum.
I want to read it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
if you can update
So
it.
yeah, because I'm in the meeting panel.
And I'll forward it to everybody too as well.
That might be quicker.
And Mr. Stefanik, I'll forward it to you as well.
Okay,
I
now it's
just,
up
I
there.
just
It's-
refreshed.
it's in.
Mine.
It's in there.
It's in
Yeah.
there.
It has 6 bullet points. You spelled Stefanik wrong. It doesn't matter. We all know what you meant.
It can be fixed later.
Yeah,
I'm sorry, Mr. Stefanik.
I can fix it here on the motion.
easy button.
Oh, yeah, I think I've seen that one before, yeah, just the A. Okay, the motion's ready, so.
So it was made by Mr. Patrick, second by Mrs. Drum. Is there any discussion?
Yes. I
Or Miss,
didn't go first, so I'll wait for the motion. Am
I have no discussion, thinking we've had enough already, but I go, so Mrs. Drum, do you have any?
No, I was gonna make a point of clarification that it was no more than that 400 and some number that you discussed.
422.
Yeah, if
Yes,
you-
thank you.
each section authorizes no more than the individual components of that total quote of 422,744. Right, I mean, it could be a little off because I might have rounded some of the numbers. But
But it's close.
I can use a calculator here real quick. That's what I'm using my phone for. 29,860. 1200. 280. Well, that falls a little short at 421,860. So maybe I did the math wrong. Let me try one more time.
It's 112,900.
Yeah, you missed the 900 on part 2.
You're gonna have to get some savings on.
So 29.
I'm so sorry, our board members screwed up.
You're gonna get recalled.
I
Hey,
have it in there, Simon.
Start the recall. Part 2 is 100.
All right, so let me rephrase that. Let me just make sure that we understand that typo was, it was 112,900.
I just told her, she's fixing
Okay,
it.
so that's gonna be fixed. So when you add them up, then it should be, now let's do it with that 112,900. Let's see.
Yeah, it's good because you rounded up the 280. So get you like a,
Gives them a little bit of.
you have an extra $16. You have an extra $16, Kim.
You got $16 to negotiate
That's
with.
not gonna cover anything, right?
$16 extra.
It'll-
You can get some Mexican pizzas at Taco Bell now.
It'll come with M&Ms to share.
Yeah, Mexican pizzas at Taco Bell
16 bags of M&Ms, here we come.
with the fire sauce. See, you're sugar, I'm salt. I want the Taco Bell.
That's why I like
I do like both. All right, we good?
Yeah,
Wait, did Ann have a final comment?
well, so what the numbers that we have here, I think is 422,460, so it's a little less than what you had.
Yeah, well, you missed the $16.
Yeah,
The
so I mean-
29.80 is the same.
It's about $300 difference.
Yeah, and the 280 is good, so.
Are you okay with that, Mrs. Hayden?
We're good.
Okay,
So thank you for the point of clarification. Mrs.
Yeah.
Drum. All right, Mrs. Drum, did you have anything else?
no, that's it.
Mrs. Zakor?
Yes. My discussion on this is everything after number 2, 2, 3, motion here in a minute, but my discussion point is that pretty much authorizing negotiations, or you're making the authorization to have the contract for pouring concrete, et cetera, at 112,000. You're authorizing them to do not to exceed 280 on the purchase and installation of bleachers. So therefore, why would the city step up with their money when we're already announcing that we're going to use our money? Just a point of
So
contract negotiation. And so that's my first dislike on this motion. So therefore, I'd like to amend the motion to include motion to authorize Mr. Stefanik and Mrs. Hagan to pursue a facilities project for the bleachers, including the following: to pursue negotiation and authorization and authorize them to approve a contract for demoing the existing bleachers as needed and leveling the land for the preparation of the purchase and installation of bleachers at a cost of demo and leveling the land no more to exceed 30,000, or you could even say 31,000, because there can be a price flux between now and then. My motion would include eliminating number 2, number 3, and making number 4 become number 2. And number 5 in the original motion would now become number.
Oh, yeah, pursue agreements with the city for sharing.
Yes. So in other words, my motion would be to keep everything except number 2 and number 3. I would eliminate those 2 as part of the motion.
You're going for the bargaining power.
So just to understand, Mrs. Zakor, your motion is a motion to amend the motion before the board,
Correct.
which is to remove items 2 and 3 and move up 4, 5, and 6. Is that right?
Yeah, basically, yeah. That's what you said, Ian.
Mhm. Yes, yes.
Is there a second to that motion?
Hang on, let me read it. Did you get rid of 3? You got rid of 3 too, right, Ian? Yes.
Oh, by mistake. You
So
want three
one
in
is-
there? So wait, what, it was,
She got rid of 2 and 3.
Mhm.
And Mrs. Fox, from a procedural standpoint, you're going to open up a new agenda item for this motion.
I've got a new motion under the
Okay.
stadium bleachers. So it's just an additional
So it's
motion.
going to be a third. So it doesn't change the motion that's presently, it's a motion to
It
amend.
saves the current motion and I took
It goes to
that.
another one, okay. Because
I'm trying to
even,
revise that one.
even if it gets seconded, it goes to a vote. If it fails, the original motion still stands.
So I have number 1 as is. Number 2 is gone.
Number 2 and number 3 would get deleted.
Yes.
Okay.
And then 4 would become 2, 5 would become
Okay,
3,
yeah,
and
I
6.
took out number 4.
Have you done the math on that? You done the math on that? What's
Yeah,
the?
basically it's authorizing about 30,000 to demo and level. The rest is still undeclared. The rest of the project. But then it allows.
Well, no, it's not, because it says pursue agreements with the city for a sharing of the cost. So
Right.
we know
now
that they could-
discussion,
they could pay half. Yeah.
whatever that cost is going to become, yes, share that discussion with them. I definitely like that part.
I'm just trying to do the math on the new proposal.
Well, the new math would basically be $30,000 that we're authorizing to demo. and-
No, because you left the part in there that says pursue agreements with the city for a sharing of the cost to the extent possible. So in our lease, it says they could potentially do half. So all of this, instead of being 422,000, would be 225,860,000. Am I not understanding what your motion
No,
is?
if we take out 2 and 3, just pretend it doesn't even exist.
Right?
Okay, so all
So
we've
we're leaving the
committed,
Tip Pride one in there.
yes, all we've committed is the 30,000 to demo and level.
Okay.
And we're still putting in the motion, the need to discuss, to
Gotcha.
find out Tip Pride, the need to discuss any
Gotcha.
agreements of sharing with the city.
Understood. I will second that then. I just wanted to understand what you were doing.
So motion to amend by Mrs. Zakor, seconded by Mrs.
I'll second.
Dunn. Is there any discussion on the amended motion?
That's a good idea. Done amended?
No, you guys have it first.
We're good.
We're good. Okay, so
Mrs. Strum,
yes, so then my question is, would you set, so there's like no set limit then? Is that what this motion is saying?
She wants to go to city council and see if they'll pay.
No, it's not saying that at all.
no, it's only, what it's
Okay.
doing is it's solely authorizing the
Yes.
demolition and the leveling of the land. It does not authorize anything
Anything
beyond
else.
that. And it allows the
Yes.
Mrs. Hagan and Mr. Stefanik to pursue
With this-
with Tipp Pride as well as city and including pursuing permits and things like that.
Discussion.
And then what that would then, the natural extension of that, which is not before the board, is that to do the next two steps, if you pursue that, would require board action again. And does that answer your question?
Special meeting, if you will.
Okay, okay,
Yes.
Okay,
There'll be
I just
another-
wanted
there'll
to-
be another
There you go.
Agenda item. Yeah.
Special meeting, if you will,
Yeah.
right way to
Okay.
explain it.
yes,
I'm
because that's what
sorry,
I was
what I
trying to
missed, did
figure
I not
out where
clarify that
it was
correctly?
gonna.
Yes, you
go.
did. Actually, that was a
Yeah,
very good
Because I
clarity.
was trying to figure out where it would go
Basically,
next, because I
that
know,
motion only commits roughly 30,000 to demo level.
right,
Get
but I
them
know
out of
Mrs.
there.
Hagan wanted like a
Oh,
plan.
I
so
might
that's why
also
I was
add that,
asking.
that we would recover any recyclable aluminum from out of.
Well, that was part of it. She already said that was
That's
part of
part
it.
of the plan.
Thank
That
you,
was part of the
Mrs. Hagan.
29,860.
Okay, so that, and then continue the pursuit with Tipp Pride and the city
Yes.
about.
Okay.
But I
we're
also
good.
want to say in a discussion phase, the reason I like my motion is because,
Mrs. Zakor, I'm sorry,
Oh,
Mrs.
yeah.
Drum still has the floor. You
Oh,
can be
sorry.
next if that's all right.
Yeah, no, so I just needed to understand, because I know Mrs. Hagan, the original plan was that she wanted to at least have an idea of where we were going. And I feel like, and I was trying to understand, if you take those out, then do they have really a plan of what they can do then? Do you know what I'm, like, that's what I was saying. That's why I was trying to understand what your
The
thought
city,
process
yeah.
was. So I'm good now. Thank you.
Go ahead, Mrs. Zakor.
but the original motion, if I'm understanding it, if this passes, we are authorizing them to move forward with the expenditures of 30,000, 112,000.
Yes.
And 280,000. And all I want to say is that we also need to remember our buildings, our classrooms need to be, and there's only, I feel like the community now with inflation, some say we're in a recession, some say we're going to be there. What will the market bear in terms of the community and what they're willing to pay for things? So I feel that my amendment is a more cautious approach, addressing some things, but, I haven't lost sight of our need to construct or renovate buildings. And I think this community has made it very clear that they favor classrooms over the need. From the old survey, they felt the need, classrooms over stadium facility. So that's why I made the amendment to tailor it down and make it a little more stepped therapy, if you will, in the approach.
Okay.
Anyone else? All right, I just want to say from a contract negotiation standpoint, our lease already provides that the city's not obligated to come to the table. So there's really no leverage in waiting unless we're willing to not have bleachers. And I would suspect that the city is gonna respond, like, be serious. You're not gonna have bleachers then? So if we don't come up with money to have bleachers, okay,
Maybe they'll step up. then.
okay.
Maybe,
All right,
maybe.
or maybe they'll
the
just
community will
call
go
our
to city
bluff.
council.
They're
The
either,
community will go to city council meetings and say, hey, step up, city council.
and what I'm suggesting is that I think that the city and city council, if they're prepared to assist us, they will, because that's the type of community Tipp City is.
Mhm.
And if they're not, because it's not in their budget, it's not in their budget. I trust that everybody will do the right thing. We need to move forward. We need to move forward now. And so I don't think that removing those items is a good idea. I guess before I say that, just so I'll make sure that that's actually correct. Mrs. Hagan, point of clarification from you, from your presentation, is that if we do the amended motion, is there sufficient time for you to pursue the leveling and concrete pads and pouring of all those and purchase and installation of bleachers in a timeline that could give us a full or partial season for the stadium?
It's all a big if, but the part with the demoing, if they're gonna demo and level, then they're gonna have to come in and unlevel and pour your concrete. So, I mean, they gave me those prices kind of in tandem of working one with the other.
Gotcha.
But I can go back and ask them what it would be if we had them level, or I just could say, can you just demo and hang tight until we figure all the other pieces out? The bleacher piece is gonna be, if you don't get that on the books, we've already lost $18,900 from when they increased. Back, I could look it up and I can email you, but back in our previous meeting at the high school, I had announced that it unfortunately had gone up.
Yeah.
We told them where we were at, we begged, we pleaded, and they said, okay, we won't increase your price, but you better get back with us like right away, because we can't do this anymore.
Right, okay.
And so that's kind of where we are.
So on the price, but on the timing,
The timing is from the time you order them, you have 8 weeks before they deliver, and then 2 weeks to assemble and get them finished.
So that's mid-August, that's like August 15th.
so we
Yeah.
basically need, if we're gonna have a chance, we need to move now.
If you're gonna try to make it, I mean, unless I can get with the city tomorrow, but they're not gonna be able to get with their council, so.
Yeah.
I don't know,
You originally told us that we needed to make a decision at the work session, which was 2 weeks ago.
correct.
Correct.
And at the high school, I said.
Yeah.
We're running out of
Yeah,
time
right.
because it had already gone up, and I don't have the exact number in front of me, but it was over $18,000 in 1 month is what the bleachers went up.
But if we move today, we've got a chance for August.
We have a chance.
Okay,
August
It's not a
15th.
promise, but it's a chance.
sure. Better than nothing, I guess, is my feeling. But, all right, anyone else? All right, we are now voting on the amended motion of Mrs. Zakor, Mrs. Fox. And that motion is, just so there's no confusion.
Do I need to read it? or you
Oh,
want me to-
I can do
You
it.
see it? Okay.
I will in a second here. Motion to authorize Mr. Stefanik, Mrs. Hagan to pursue a facilities project for the bleachers, including the following. To pursue negotiation and authorize them to approve a contract for demoing the existing bleachers as needed, leveling the land for the preparation of the purchase and installation of bleachers at a cost of demo and leveling the land of no more than $30,000. Pursue funds from Tipp, Pride, or in-kind donations concerning the same, including potential concrete work. Pursue agreements with the city for sharing of the cost to the extent possible, and pursue any and all necessary permits and requisite regulatory approvals concerning the foregoing, with all the foregoing being contingent upon requisite permit and regulatory approvals. Mrs. Fox, please call the roll.
Zakor,
Yes.
Dunaway,
Yes.
Drum,
No,
Maines,
No,
and Patry.
No, amended motion fails. We're back to the original motion at hand. Is there any discussion? Seeing no discussion, Mrs. Fox. The present motion before the board is to authorize Mr. Stefanik and Mrs. Hagan to pursue a facilities project for the bleachers, including the following: to pursue negotiation, authorize them to approve a contract for demoing the existing bleachers as needed and leveling the land for the preparation of the purchase and installation of bleachers at a cost of demo and leveling the land of no more than $29,860. Pursue negotiations and authorize them to approve a contract for the pouring of concrete pads, footers, and other construction items necessary to prepare the site for the installation of bleachers with the cost of such site prep not to exceed $112,900. And to pursue negotiations and authorize them to approve a contract for the purchase and installation of bleachers at a cost not to exceed $280,000. Pursue funds from Tipp, Pride, or in-kind donations concerning the same, including potential concrete work. Pursue agreements with the city or sharing of the cost for the sharing of the cost to extent possible, and pursue any and all necessary permits and requisite regulatory approvals concerning the foregoing, with all the foregoing being contingent upon requisite permits and regulatory approvals. Mrs. Fox, please call the roll.
Patry,
Yes.
Drum,
Yes.
Dunaway,
No.
Means,
Yes.
Zakor.
No.
Motion passes. Next item is item 8A through, I believe, P on the consent agenda items. I'm sorry, go ahead.
One agenda revision that I forgot to do, during the agenda revision. We've got one staff member that is listed on the certified staff, but in fact, this year he's a long-term sub, so he should be listed in C, new hires. And that would be Mackenzie English. It doesn't change his status, it's just he's on the wrong list for tonight's meeting. So we would just revise the certified staff for next year and put him on as a new hire for next year.
All right, so you need us to amend this how then?
You would just take Mackenzie English's name and add him to letter C, new hire.
From,
And he would come off of letter I, the listed letter I. He'd just be placed in letter C.
and then, forgive me for asking one more time here, the name is,
Mackenzie English.
He took Mrs. Shock's job last year at the middle school. Kind of ish,
so
kind of ish.
I move to amend our agenda to move Mackenzie English from certified staff, letter I, to new hires at 8C on the consent agenda items.
I'll second.
Motion by Patrick, seconded by Mrs. Zakor. Is there any discussion? All right, hearing none, Mrs. Fox, please call the vote.
Patry,
Yes.
Zakor.
Yes.
Drum,
Yes.
Dunaway.
Yes.
Means.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you.
And
Sorry, I need to just find the place where I'm changing that. So I'm going to certified staff.
Certified staff, I.
22,
Pull out Mackenzie English and put him in C.
23.
And I don't know how easy that'll be.
Okay, so that's
because I
a
think
PDF,
it's
so I'm gonna have to
PDF.
make,
We'll have
yeah,
to-
I'm just gonna have to make a note on that.
We'll make a new PDF, but you can add them to C.
Yeah, I was looking to see if it was a list and I didn't look at the item itself, so it's an attachment.
the executive content that's attached or the
Yes.
is modified as per the motion. And so I would entertain a motion to pass the consent agenda items from in section 8. Is there a motion?
I move.
Motion by Mrs. Drum, is there a second?
I'll second.
Motion by Mrs. Drum, second by Mr. Maines. There is no discussion of consent agenda items. Oh, consent agenda items. Mrs. Fox, if you can call the vote, please.
Sorry, there was no motion in the box. I'm so sorry. Consent agenda items. Drum and then Mains, was that?
Mhm. Correct, yes.
Drum,
Yes.
Mains,
Yes.
Dunaway,
Yes.
Patry,
Yes.
Zakor.
Yes.
Motion passes. Next item is 9A, STEM grant acceptance. Recommend action is approved to accept $344.91 of grant dollars from STEM boosters.
I move.
Motion by Mrs. Zakor. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Mrs. Drum. Is there any discussion, Mrs. Zakor?
No.
Mrs. Drum?
No, thank you for the donation.
Anyone else? I'd also like to thank the STEM boosters for the donation. Hearing no other discussion. Seeing no other request for discussion, Mrs. Fox, please call the vote.
Zakor,
Yes.
Drum,
Yes.
Dunaway,
Yes.
Mains,
Yes.
Patry.
Yes. Next item is item 9B. Policy 4438, vacation and holidays. New business. And this is the first read.
I move.
I don't think there's a motion for this. This is the court. Is there a motion to be had, Mr. Stefan?
It's a first read, so I don't know if we motion in a first read or not. I don't believe we do.
I believe it's just, and I could be wrong.
Yeah.
I've been wrong before, but I believe it's just simply presenting the first read of the policy and the revisions. And I believe, Mr. Stefanik, the revisions are related to the statutory edition of Juneteenth as a state holiday.
Yes,
All right.
just revising the holiday list. We met as a policy committee, kind of in choppy fashion, but we got the meeting in. So we got everybody and this is the revision that was agreed upon by the committee.
Any discussion or notes from the committee? All right. Next item is 9C, Miami County Educational Service Center contract for fiscal year 2023. Recommend approval of service contract for fiscal year 2023 with the Miami County Educational Service Center. Is there a motion?
I motion.
Motion by Mrs. Drum. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Second by Mr. Maines. Mrs. Drum, did you have any discussion?
No.
Mr. Maines?
No.
Mrs.
Just a 1.5 is a lot of money.
Mhm.
Discussion.
Yeah.
Anything else? This is done away. The present motion before the board is the recommended approval of service contract for fiscal year 2023 with the Miami County Educational Service Center. It's been
Great.
motioned by Mrs. Drum and Mr. Maines. Did you have any discussion?
No.
Anyone else? Hearing no other discussion, seeing another request for discussion, Mrs. Fox, if you could call the vote, please.
Drum,
Yes.
Maines,
Yes.
Dunaway,
Yes.
Patrick,
Yes.
Zakor.
Yes.
Motion passes. Next item is student mental health provider contract, item 9D. The recommended action is recommended approval to contract with Nexus New Creations, provide student mental health services for 2022-2023 school year. The contract is an executive content. Is there a motion? Is there a motion?
I will make the motion.
Motion by Mr. Maines. Is there a second? I will second. Motion by Mr. Maines, second by Mr. Patry. Is there any discussion?
Is this the first time we've contacted with them?
No. No, we corrected the contract last year. There were a lot of issues with the actual contract and Mrs. Carroll made all those amendments.
Mhm. Okay. And can you tell me a little bit about that? I mean,
Mr. Stefanik, can you give us a brief rundown of this contract, please?
Yes, this is a mental health services contract, and so that any students K through 12 that are referred by the counseling staff as needing additional mental health supports in addition to what the counselors can provide. This group puts those folks on their head count, and they provide on-site mental health therapy, so in all of our buildings. So the students don't have to leave school to go to a mental health appointment. They get their services at school.
okay. Did they do a good job last year?
Yes, they got, and the board should have received the survey that we sent out, and they received high rankings, from the students, and the counseling staff is complimentary about how closely they work with them.
Any other discussions? Mrs. Dunaway.
Did we look at any other companies to take over this contract? Last year, this came up at the kind of like the last minute. It got on the board agenda. We were kind of like the bleachers thing, like rush. So the last 2 years this has come up, the general conversation has kind of been, let's kind of look at some other options. So did the district do that?
Well, no, the presentation, when those questions came up last year, the counseling group said that some of the suggestions that were made of other agency to contact, that they contacted them as they made the first decision, 3 years ago.
Okay,
And that as we move forward, because the reception has been positive from the clients and the staff working with New Creations. We did not repost it for other agencies
Okay.
because they were all vetted against each other, if you will, 3 years ago.
okay. Where are we with the student data breach from them? Where's the update on that?
They were checking with their attorneys about what they could provide to us. It's still with the public release that they passed out. They have not received, or they don't have any data that says that any of the students' confidential information was breached.
Okay,
And so that's all that they were permitted to release.
okay. I'm trying to remember, was that a ransomware attack? I think it was.
Yeah.
Okay, it was the same one that Bricker had, right?
Similar.
Okay, gotcha. Yeah, I've just never been comfortable with this being tied into Gamesburg Church. I mean, I give the same speech every single year. The other thing I don't like is I just feel like kind of the old adage, leadership starts at the top. And when you have, a church leader who signs a political recall, and then you have people from the church going on social media pages and saying untrue things about our students. And then, I'm hearing about more increased bullying situations at our school. So if we're using them now for 3 years and we're having more bullying incidents and more, reasons to contract with them, I don't know if they're doing a good job because I don't have the data on if they're doing a good job. So that's my concern. Same concern I've had, the whole 3 years.
Anyone else? Mrs. Zakor.
I believe last year the cost on this was roughly 54,000.
Yes.
Correct, Mr. Stark? Yeah.
Yes.
So obviously there's a significant increase.
And we added a day this year, so now it's
So
more.
it's almost 80,000.
Yeah.
And, I just had my cost speech. And talking about what we authorizing 400 some thousand for bleachers. I'm having a problem with this contract because of that great jump from 54 to 80,000. Where's the end? Number 3 on the contract, as gatekeepers, the school counselors will determine the need of the students who present for in-person or virtual services. I haven't seen a really defined criteria as to what is kept in-house versus what is referred out to this Nexus program. I think that's a problem. I looked at some of the statistics that were provided to us a few weeks back, and what I noticed was a significant increase in the students from the year before, yet I didn't see any real explanations as to what was driving that. And we had this discussion a year ago. Is a lot of the need for the anxiety, depression coming from the time they come into the building? Is it being driven from there, or is it from outside of the building and they're bringing that with them? And I think that's really critical, because that distinction, if it's coming from within the building, then that's something we have input into, and therefore cost driven, et cetera. So I think we haven't really gotten clarity on that yet. Especially with our numbers going up, I think it's important to kind of understand what's going on. I just have, I guess, Mrs. Fox, is ESSER still paying? Are we still doing that with ESSER funds?
Last year we
This is
did.
the student wellness and
For student
success.
wellness, I'm sorry.
Yeah. This is not
That
it.
is
I'm sorry.
allocated roughly 300,000, I think, this year.
From student wellness funds.
But we can allocate that in different areas, not just one service, or, we have a rubric that we have
Okay,
set up for how we allocate that money. And they have increased that budgeted amount for school districts, so.
There's a lot of
COVID or,
questions.
you know, what they-
I guess as a healthcare provider myself, having that background, there's a lot of questions I have in here, like how does one pursue third-party paying or secondary pay when the parents don't even know their child's going there? And that's confidential information up to a point of, you know, treatment needed, self-harm or harm of others. So I don't know. There's just a lot of things in here that I'm starting to question more and more, and I feel like yeah, what else to say? I'm finished, thank you.
All right, thank you, Mrs. Secor. Anyone else? So,
Let me clarify one piece.
go ahead.
Right, the reason the cost is more than last year, that wasn't an inflationary thing. It was because we added an extra day.
Whole day, yeah.
And so that's where the extra cost came in, and that was driven by the number of students that, you know, were presenting for therapy. And so the counselor said that there was a bigger need, and so we added the day. And so then when we talked about it, we said that's the number that we have in front of us right now. So I said, start the contract is where we are. And then if we don't have as many students next year, we can reduce the services.
But we're also talking about adding another counselor at the middle school. At some point, you gotta
Hold on,
have an
Mrs. Secor.
analysis of what's driving this.
Hold on, Mrs. Secor.
Sure.
So the contract for this Nexus is for the next school year, correct?
Yes.
And so there's nothing stopping us from seeking out additional information and putting this on next month. Is that correct? I mean, I guess we're not gonna,
They don't do summer services, if that's what you mean, correct? We're not like.
we're not losing services
No.
for the students that are currently or presently using.
They don't do counseling in the summer.
And so I guess, so the first thing I'll say is based on what I've seen come to the board, the counselors that provide presentations, the Nexus data that they provided, they're providing a very valuable and needed service to the school district. I think the fact that we have to add another counselor at the middle school, despite, you know, on top of this already increasing from 58 to 99 students, shows that we have a true need on that. I do think that it never hurts to find out what's out there, what else is available. Last time we did a look, it sounds like it was 3 years ago.
Yep.
And so, I think that the nice thing about this program, based on the other stuff from back 3 years ago, is that they address needs that we had in ways the other places could not. And so I'm not saying that this is, all things being equal, I'd be inclined to come back. I do think it's unfortunate that they had a data breach. I don't like that, obviously, and unfortunately, I think it's going to be the reality for a lot of people holding information, or we're going to have to change the way we retain sensitive information, including maybe air gap computers and things like that. But at the end of the day, it's a reality. It's a risk that we all face. Hospitals have had those same types of incursions and things of that nature. And so that, I don't like it, but it's not something that would automatically eliminate them from contention, in my opinion. I think that the services they provided, based on the data they provided a good amount, shows some pretty good improvement with the children that have seen them and some good results. But I wouldn't mind getting additional quotes if we've got the time, and it sounds like we have it. And so I think it never hurts to be more informed, especially since it's been 3 years since we last kind of did our shopping around. And if there's something I'm missing, then I would need to understand why that wouldn't make sense. So I guess, is there a reason that wouldn't make sense?
And if that's the board's pleasure, I would say in education circles, it's not necessarily typical when you do a vetting process and then the actual service works for your students in your district. That's usually the selling point to keep them on. But if the board wants us to vet the other agencies, I don't have any opposition to that.
Was this contract recommended by the counselors, and I guess who's recommending this to the board?
The counselors met with me, and the counselors to a person, whether they be the counselors for the primary students, or the counselors for the intermediate students, or the counselors at the middle school and the high school. They were all very complimentary about the work that New Creations has done with them.
That's all I have. Mrs. Zakor, I think you had, well, actually, Mrs. Dunaway.
Well, I question, you say that the service is working. I don't know how we can say that because we had an added day. So to me, if the services are working, you would go backwards, right? You would go from 4 days to 3 days, not 4 days to 5 days. Anything is better than nothing. And of course, we want to service our kids. I'm the board member that brought this program to the district when Mrs. Tui was here. I felt so strongly about the bullying that we were not addressing in our district that I basically said at a meeting, does a student have to self-harm before this district gets serious? So I basically, this was years of me coming forward and saying, let's get serious, let's get serious. I don't think we can say it's working. I really don't. Working is not going and adding more days. And we have to quit blaming COVID. Oh, everybody's so stressed out about COVID. What is it, like, to Mrs. Zakor's point, what is the real reason? Is it, your girlfriends, are all these kids, is it relationship problems? Is it, schoolwork's too stressful? What's the root cause? Let's get down to the root cause. And I know last year, Helen did a great job of cleaning up this contract because the contract that they sent us was a complete mess. I don't know how we missed that the first year. And now I'm looking at this and our name isn't even wrong. We are not Tipp City exempted school district. No, we're not. We're either Tipp City exempted village schools, school district, or we're Tipp City schools, but we are never referred to as Tipp City exempted school district. I don't know how we missed that last year because I spent quite a bit of time cleaning up the contract. So right there, I've just never been a fan of this program, that's all. For many reasons, I'm not going to get into it. So if we have the time, we usually do this in August in a very reactionary mode. I don't see the harm in seeing what else is out there.
No, we've never done it in August.
July?
No, it's been about now.
Oh, I remember it being in the summer because the board members got attacked on social media because we're starting school and the board doesn't care about the kids and they're not going to have counselors when school starts. I mean, it was summertime because we were at the city council building. Our meeting was at the city council building for some reason when we had this conversation.
Yeah, that may have been the first year. That was 2 years ago.
Okay.
Yeah. Last year, what they ask, and they're not the only ones, the same thing with the ESC contracts. They ask around this time of the year to finalize the contract so they can work on staffing.
Yeah.
And see how many they assign to each district.
Right. And the other part with the data breach is it happens, right? I mean, my gosh, we all read the papers every day. But what concerned me was it happened on Valentine's Day and they didn't tell us. Like, to me, if you're a good partner with somebody, you just say, hey, FYI, we did have a data breach. I read about it in Dayton Daily News and I came to you about it.
Yep.
I mean, I don't know. I just like transparency. And if you're going to be partnering with someone, just be transparent. And like I said, I just don't like when their employees are bullying our students online. I just feel like that's a climate and culture issue. As a board member, I would never in a million years expect you to go on a public social media page and say something. You would never do that. So for people, right.
Correct.
Right. So for leadership people from Ginghamsburg to be doing that, and we have this partnership with them, I have a real problem with that. It's just not professional. That's all. Sorry, Amber, go, I'm done.
No, I'm soaking it all in.
Mrs. Drummond, do you have anything? Mr. Mason, do you have anything?
No.
Mrs. Zakor, do you have anything? I just want to just say that the increase of use of the program and adding one day does not necessarily mean that it's not working. Correlation of the increase in students with it not working is not, it's just not, it's not how causation scientifically works. So it could be based on a bunch of different factors.
And that's what I want, the data.
Understanding those factors will be very, very difficult in this context as a result of FERPA issues and patient confidentiality. And so what I do know is that when I look at the data, for example, on a depression survey ages 11 through 17, highest possible raw score being 27, with a score of more than 10 indicating symptoms that are clinically significant. So you're depressed or whatever. A decrease of 5 in their score indicates the symptoms are improving. 59.66% of the students who took the intake and the follow-up decreased by 5 points with the average decrease of 6.37. 66.67% of the students who scored at 16.87 or higher on the intake survey reported significant improvement on the follow-up with an average decrease of 7.4. Now that's just one of the examples. And so when you look at that, that tells me something's happening that's beneficial. And when you have a high, when you see that on the intake and the follow-up and you see a high satisfaction among the students using these services, what it tells me is it's doing something good. And so, you know, I have no clue what social media posts and bullying students are called. I mean, if that's an issue, that's a significant problem. If you've got counselors bullying their students, then we probably should say something to someone, and we should articulate it with specificity, not just generalizations, because that's something that would, you know, be pretty alarming. Now, if somebody is associated with Gegenberg's Church and not the Nexus program or New Creations Counseling Center, that's in my opinion, two different things. New Creations Counseling Center is not Gegenberg Church. They may have some type of affiliation with the church, but it's not the church. And if someone's saying something at the church, well, that's the church. And or someone that at that church or affiliate the church doesn't necessarily mean it's in that capacity, in their official capacity as a member of the church or a clergy of the church or whatever their position is. This is the United States and we still have free speech. And so, you know, in my opinion, this clearly is doing something positive for the students. The counselors are recommending it based on Mr. Stefanik's representation that, you know, you typically wouldn't re-examine the issues or the other services. I'm inclined to move forward today, but I don't mind waiting either and getting other quotes and breakdown services if that's the good of the order. That's all I have. Mrs. Dunaway.
Point of clarification, I did not say it was an NCCC person that was on social media. It was a Ginghamsburg person. So I just wanted to clarify that. And I don't want to waste people's time. I mean, whatever. We know it's going to pass. I don't want to waste Mark's time. I don't waste Kim's time, Dr. Tuttlehuff's time, get all these quotes, and the board's going to just do same old, same old, same old. Just don't waste people's time. Be respectful of people's time. We just added the bleachers thing to all of their plates. Whatever, who cares? I'm just over it. Just let people do their jobs. I'm sick of it.
Thank you, Mrs. Dunaway.
Call for the vote.
Is there anyone else that would like to say anything? Mrs. Zakor.
I think that it is worthwhile to have, starting with our counselors, since they are the gatekeepers, to have a formalized algorithm, if you will. What is the criteria for the referrals? It's really important. I mean, if it can be done in-house, that's what school counselors do, counsel. And I'm not saying this, but you know, there's been articles written that sometimes passing the kids along is just easier than sitting down and talking to them. I'm not saying it's happening here. I really don't know. But I mean, you know, there's a real world to all this. There's the textbook world, there's the real world, and I'm just trying to be a good steward and look at everything. And I think as far as data, not being able to collect data because it's a FERPA or HIPAA violation, that's just not correct. There's mental health services are very data driven. You just leave out the details of the names, et cetera, but that's very common. So that's not really an obstacle to say we don't have the data because of the confidentiality things. And I don't think it would be a bad thing, you know, just to do another inquiry and see what's out there in terms of other services and costs.
Is that,
Yes.
I think it was the Corpus, is that what you said?
No, I agree with you, Ann, but my point is, I don't want to waste people's time, right? So if we're gonna go out and waste, 14 hours of administrators' time to get more bids, and then the board's just gonna approve this one, we just wasted people's time. So my point is, just vote on it. And if there are the majority of the board who says, hey, it's been 3 years, let's look at it, that's one thing. But I just say call for the vote and see what happens, because I don't want to waste people's time, because everybody's plates are so full and we have all these summer projects, and the people doing all the summer projects are the same people who's gonna have to get these bids. I do think it needs to be relooked at, but I'm only gonna do it if the board is serious about making change and looking at the information with an open mind. If not, just vote and be done with it. Quit wasting people's time, that's all.
Mrs. Jones.
I do have a question. So, I think Mr. Cahill was brought on, correct? Am I talking right, correct? Okay. For that at the middle school. So is he affiliated with this also? No, he's completely separate. Okay,
He was just a former counselor that we brought back as a long-term sub.
okay, that's what I thought, but I just wanted to make sure that I was understanding all of that. Okay, that's all. That was just my only question. But I don't think it's a bad idea to look into other things either, so. There's always options.
No, Mrs. Jones.
That's all I have.
I just want to say that we're not wasting anybody's time if people aren't happy with this contract. Because we get information, who knows what that information will provide. You never know what you see. I think that just want to make sure I understand something here is, and it's kind of a question for Mr. Stefanik and maybe someone else who knows the answer that's in the room. If there's someone, please volunteer, is that counselors' duties are not necessarily to provide the mental health services Nexus provides, correct? That's kind of excluded from those duties.
Correct.
I just want to make sure I understood that. They're not there to provide this type of health. So they're not your counseling as you think.
They're not trained.
They're not trained and they're not
This level.
supposed
Trained
to.
to that level.
Yeah.
Right, this is a whole nother level.
And so I just want to make sure I understood that, because some of the comments made me think that might be different.
No, there's different levels of training, and so when the school counselors feel like it's
Out of their-
beyond their training level, that's when they refer to the
And when they-
outside agency.
So they have, I guess, a small, like a threshold that gets surpassed, and that's when it gets kicked out.
I was looking to Dr. Tuttle Huff because she was a former counselor.
And that goes to Mrs. Zakor's point. At what point does it get kicked to NCC?
You just made my point.
At what point do you go to NCC, whatever? That's the problem.
Criteria of
Right,
when do you break with that and send it beyond your expertise versus.
right.
Well, I guess to that point, is there something that kind of in the referral, is there anything identifying what the need was to switch it over to that program? Do you know, if you know the answer?
And I don't know a lot. I just know that the counselors have their criteria set, and if I had more information, I would give it to you, but I trust what they say and what they do. They're most professionals. And I know that there is a criteria that they have to go by. There's so much documentation that's another reason why we needed that second counselor, due to all the documentation that needs to go along with all of this. I think that's the part that I don't think the community and maybe even the board understands, the amount of data and documentation paperwork that has to be done.
Oh, I understand it very well.
Yeah, so that I think,
Nurses understand that, trust me.
So I would move to table this until the next work session or a meeting later on. Actually, the next work session.
I already motioned for the vote. That was on the floor.
I-
Wow,
I didn't realize you motioned for the vote.
I did.
Forgive me.
It's okay. I mean, I'm not
All right.
nitpicking. I'm not like
If
that.
there's the motion for the vote, is there a second? All right, hearing no second, I would move to table this until the next work session so that we can get some answers related to the criteria and maybe some additional options. Is there a second to that?
So are you? You're actually making a motion?
I'm making them, yeah, motion to table this to our next work session.
I'll second.
All right, motion by Patrick, second by Mrs. Zakor. Is there any discussion?
Are we gonna get bids? What are we motioning it for? Like, I want to have a purpose.
The motion was to table it to the next work session so that we can get some more information on the criteria and get some other options, which means other options. And so that was the motion I made. It was, I believe, seconded by Mrs. Zakor. Is that correct? So is there any discussion?
So are you getting bids, Mr. Stefanik? Is that where we are with this?
I'll check for quotes.
Okay.
Yeah. Just for the board's
Dayton Children's
knowledge.
did it last
Yeah,
time.
well, yeah, but just for the board's knowledge, the bid language really is in law more about facilities projects and things like that. And so most other things are quotes or requests for RFPs types of things. So that's just a
Right.
technicality without a purpose. So
Yeah. I mean, what you're saying is,
It's pretty important.
yeah, legally, we didn't need 3 bids because it's not, I get what you're saying.
But it says, yeah, it
Right.
says, it says at
Correct.
least investigate three
Gotcha.
quotes and
Right.
things like that. So we'll do that, but we won't do a formal bid process.
Right.
All right. Any other discussion? All right, hearing none, this is on the motion to table. Mrs. Fox, if you could call the vote.
Patrick,
Yes.
Zakor.
Yes.
Drum,
Yes.
Dunaway.
Yes.
And me.
Yes.
Motion passes. This is item 9D is being tabled to the next work session.
Got it.
9E, Tipp City Public Library tax budget. The recommended action is to motion to rescind the April 25th, 2022 approval of the 2023 tax budget for the Tipp City Library due to no public hearing being held prior to the approval. The public hearing will be held during the June 13th, 2022 work session meeting with the intent to act on the approval at the June 27th, 2022 regular board meeting. Is there a motion? Mrs. Drum motions. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Motion by Mrs. Drum and second by Mr. Maines. Is there any discussion? Mrs. Drum, do you have any discussion? Mr. Maines, do you have any discussion?
No.
Mr. Stefanik does.
Mr. Stefanik, go ahead.
I just wanted, if it pleases the board, I just want to ask Mrs. Santucci to make sure that those dates meet the requirements for that, the budget. Yeah, well, I remember the letter and I thought they did. I just wanted to double check with the letter, if that meets everything. Okay.
All right.
Yeah,
Thank
and then
you.
Debbie called today and she said you guys are good to attend from what she said too, so.
Yeah, okay.
I thought we were all on the same, seems like we're all on the same page now, so that's good.
Any other discussion? All right, seeing or hearing no request for discussion, Mrs. Fox, please call the vote.
Drum,
Yes.
Maines.
Yes.
Dunaway.
Yes.
Patrick,
Yes.
Zakor.
Yes.
Next item is item F, Title 9 investigation. I recommend approval to contract services from Frost Brown Todd LLC to facilitate a Title 9 investigation process. And Mr. Maines, I'm going to yield the presiding chair to you for the rest of this item. Okay. I abstain myself from any discussions in the voting of that investigation.
Okay, is there any discussion?
Oh, wait. Motion first.
Oh, okay, sorry. Thanks for keeping me alive.
Okay.
Okay. Is there a motion? Is there a second?
I'll second.
Is there any discussion?
Is Dr. Tuttle still here?
No, I think she had her excuse or something.
Oh, that's a shame.
Do you have a question?
Comment, I guess, a discussion. My understanding is that if this does not proceed, then it allows a lawsuit to occur as a result of denial of that. But maybe I'm wrong on that.
I have no idea. Never had this before.
Yeah.
Mrs. Drum had a question too.
I just didn't necessarily understand what it was, so
Yeah.
I'm reading on it right now.
I can provide some clarification.
Sure.
if it
Okay,
makes
yeah,
more.
good.
Good question.
We have, I can't provide an answer to what Mrs. Zakor just asked, but what I can say is we have internal investigators for Title IX, but there are just some unique situations that present themselves that don't permit the internal investigators to conduct that investigation. And so we wouldn't look for outside services if we didn't need to.
Mhm. Okay. Amber, are you done reading yet, or?
Yeah, I'm good. Just, yep, go ahead.
Okay. If there's no other discussion, we'll call for the vote.
Zakor,
Yes.
Dunaway,
Abstain?
Drum,
Yes.
Maines,
Yes.
and then Patrick.
Abstain.
Okay, just motion carries.
Oh, okay. The motion carries. Okay, I yield the chair.
Next item is item 9G, 2022-2023 fall supplemental coaching staff. The recommended action is approval of the fall supplemental coaching staff for 2022-2023 school year, pending verification of proper certification and paperwork. Is there a motion?
I move.
Motion by Mrs. Drum. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Second by Mr. Maines. Is there any discussion?
Will you guys go first?
Mrs. Drum, do you have any?
I yield.
Mr. Maines, do you have any discussion?
No.
Mrs. Dunaway?
Yeah, the only reason I pulled this was, I love that we finally started doing our athletic surveys, so that's huge. But until we find a way to make them anonymous,
But Dr. Tuttle and I are doing that.
yeah, but it hasn't happened yet. Do you know what I'm saying?
Right.
Because really, there's no safe way for a parent. It's great to do a survey, love the coach, awesome, he or she's wonderful, blah, blah, blah. But if you're a parent that has real issues, your child's gonna get retaliated against. And I really have a real hard time with that because these kids, we just spent $422,000, on bleachers. So sports is a big part of a child's life, and the stress that goes with that, it's getting harder and harder, more and more competitive because of all these travel sports. So until we find a way to do the anonymous surveys, I just have a hard time approving something because I know that there can be issues and there's no safe way for a student or a parent to come forward. So that's all. But I applaud the district for that we did start the surveys this year, and that's huge. And it's baby steps. We got the survey, now we'll make it anonymous. You learn, you get better. That's a process, so.
Anyone else?
Can I ask a question?
Go ahead, Mrs. Drum.
What survey?
Oh, we finally got athletic surveys in the fall, because that was just something that had never been done before, really, as long as I've been on the board for 7 years. And to be quite frank, I got tired of hearing, parents call me and I'm like, don't come to me, go to the coach. Oh, I'm afraid to go to the coach, or go to the athletic director. I don't know.
Afraid to do that.
Right. So there's just no safe way for people to have a voice. And I didn't want to be stuck in the middle. So nor should any board member or teacher or anyone.
Mhm.
So we found a way to just do the athletic survey, cut to the chase. But then it's not enough. It says, please enter your email. Oh, amberdrama@gmail.com.
Right.
Oh, gee, who is her kid? Okay, you're done. It's great that we did it, but it's not anonymous. And so we're still not getting great data. That's all.
Okay.
We're getting positive data, but if there is an issue, there's no safe way to get that out there. That's all.
Okay. I see what you're saying.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mrs. Strum, Mrs. Dunaway. Anyone else? Mrs. Zakor.
Yeah, I really support the need for that safe space to vent about your, if there is an issue. Doesn't even mean it's gonna be accurate or valid, that may need to come at a further inquiry, but the fact that parents are paying for this, number one. Number two, we just talked about mental health services.
Yes.
And so we are in a customer service oriented business, and sports for a lot of families is a very big deal, and it's big brother and then middle brother and then little brother. And so sometimes or sister. And so sometimes you don't feel that safe place to air your views or a concern or an incident that happened. And so I really support that. Hopefully that will be up and running the next time we have to do this, so we can, look at that more carefully.
And kudos, we started the process, so that's good.
Yeah, it's a great thing.
I'm happy for the district, yeah, we're making steps.
Thank you, Mrs. Zakor. Anyone else? All right, seeing or hearing no discussion, request, Mrs. Fox, please call the vote.
Drum,
Yes.
Maines,
Yes.
Dunaway,
No,
Patry,
Yes,
Zakor.
Yes.
motion carries. Next item is 9H, graduation. This is open to discussion. Any wish, and Mrs. Dunaway, I'll let you go first since you added to the agenda.
oh yeah, no, I really, that was my first time going to Hobart, because last year I had a family engagement. So I actually loved the venue. I thought it was great. Two suggestions. One is some of our buildings do, it's called Smug Mug. They do it for prom. They take pictures and the parents go on there, they buy the pictures. So I was wondering if the district could do Smug Mug for graduation, because it's really hard for parents to get photos. Some people got there at 6 o'clock. It started at 7 because they want to get that picture of Johnny graduating. So maybe that's something that the board could do, kind of, because Mrs. Lammers does a great job. The yearbook does a great job. Parents Who Care, they do a great job, but we don't do Smug Mug like for our graduates. And that's a culmination of 13 years of education. So that would be a suggestion. And another suggestion would be like when the student comes off the stage, we could have like little like red, like a pretty backdrop. Yeah, and then the kid could, because let's be honest, the parent doesn't want their picture of their child getting their diploma with the 5 of us.
Yes.
Not because they hate us or because we're ugly, but maybe they do. But it's not about us, it's about their child, right?
Yes.
So if we could have maybe 3 backdrops set up, have 3 photographers, I don't think it would cost that much. We would only, and then the kids come off the stage, it's just like boom, boom, boom. You get your picture and then you go to your seat. And I just think that's awesome customer service, because the parents would go, I didn't get any pictures of my kid. Thank you, Tipsy. It's just good customer service. And we could also employ the kids at the school. You could get community service hours out of it. That we have that marketing like little program thing. Those kids could do it. Let's improve on it. We've got all this room at Hobart. Let's get the parents photos. Parents want photos. And I think, I don't know, we can talk about, you guys can handle that, And the other suggestion is, we heard all the speeches, the graduation speeches, and the one speech that really stood out to me is, I addressed this at the April board meeting, was a student brought up the fact that we don't have valedictorian anymore. I've never liked that we took that away. These kids work really hard, and the class that just graduated, as I stated, they have the most twice identified students to my knowledge, of any graduating class. And it's getting harder and harder to get into college. And what I heard from the parents that just graduated of those, let's just say top 10 kids, they're trying to get into Harvard, Yale, Stanford, whatever. And the first question is, what is your class rank? And these kids are like, oh, there is no class rank. We do Greek honors. And so you're going to tell a kid that he didn't get into Harvard because we could not tell Harvard that he was number 1 in his class, or she was second, or he was third. Why are we here? We're here to help kids get into college, high achieving colleges, and to help these kids who have given up so much to take all these AP classes and to get that achievement. I don't know. I would completely be behind us relooking at bringing that back. And I would, I think let's see, Dawn Scott, she's in charge of curriculum. Just survey these parents, right? Of the kids that just graduated summa cum laude. Just say, what was your experience with your college scholarship applications or your college applications in your child? Did us not having that harm your child into their college acceptance? Because from what I'm hearing, it did. And if that is true, shame on us. Let's just change it back. I don't know, but we have a huge opportunity to ask those parents. We know who those parents are because we have all the kids' grades, right? I don't ever want to be the reason that a kid didn't get into Harvard. And to hear a child bring that up in their speech at graduation, that really upset me. I felt bad. I just felt like we failed that child by taking away something that the child earned, and that bothered me. So that's it. Oh, but thanks to everybody with all their hard work. It was a great event. Great event.
Anyone else?
I was just say it was awesome. Thank you for being super organized, Mark, with like who was going when and switching us all out. And I loved the flowers and
Except I missed one.
that's actually. But it was really nice to see like a positive thing too, because sometimes I think that this can get a lot overwhelming, but it was really cool to be in a positive environment with like really excited parents and really excited adults. And it just,
Kids were amazing.
yeah,
The kids were.
the kids are amazing. The speeches were phenomenal.
Yeah.
The kids were so nice coming across, even though they have no idea who I am. I think I knew
Amazing.
like 5 or 6 kids that graduated or whatever, but every one of them was just so thoughtful and nice.
We have great kids.
Yeah, it was great. So I enjoyed it.
Do you have anything?
Oh, go ahead.
I think that every child that walked across the stage exemplified the values of our school district and acted with grace and dignity and were phenomenal. I think the parents, the teachers, everybody there was also just outstanding. The ceremony, everything was very, very well organized, well done, and the accomplishments that these students have reached is just incredible. The amount of scholarship money that they've all received and what they're doing and how they're pursuing their future is just incredible. The speeches were outstanding. The music and the performances were phenomenal. I just can't say enough good things about the entire thing. It was a really nice, special night, and I was privileged to be part of it. Anyone else?
That was special.
All right. Here, no other discussion on graduation. We are now to 9I resignations. The recommend action is recommend approval of the following resignations. Is there a motion?
Motion?
Motion by Mrs. Dunaway. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Second by Mrs. Zakor. Mrs. Dunaway, do you have any discussion?
Nope.
No.
Mrs. Zakor?
Oh, thank you, Mr. Parks, for all your years of service.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, that's a big one. So thank you.
Hearing no other discussion, I move for Mrs. Fox, could you call the vote, please?
Dunaway,
Yes.
Zakor,
Yes.
oh, I'm sorry, oh yeah, that's right. I
Right.
apologize. Drum,
Yes.
Maines,
Yes.
Godry.
Yes. Motion passes. Next item is 9J, non-reemployment. Recommend approval of non-reemployment for the 2022-2023 school year, and that notice of intent not to employ has been given to the following staff. Is there a motion?
I'll make the motion.
Motion by Mrs. Dunaway. Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion?
Oh, I just had a question of clarification. This is just strictly procedural, right? We do it every year because it's an annual contract and we have to do the non-reemployment for STRS reasons. Is that correct? Is it STRS or STRS?
Well, it would be STIRS, but.
Right,
but
STIRS.
there's got to be an official endpoint.
Right,
To a long-term sub.
perfect,
contract,
yeah.
So that everybody understands that the
Yeah.
long-term sub doesn't roll into the new
Right.
school year.
It's just, so that's only procedural,
Yeah.
that's all this is,
Yeah.
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 And it stirs, right? Yeah,
Yes.
okay.
Certified as STIRS. And
Yeah, gotcha.
STIRS is classified.
I still always get that mixed up in my brain. Okay, that's it. Thank you.
All right.
And I'll thank Mr. Cahill for stepping up. Sorry.
Yeah,
for
I was gonna say the
butting
same
it,
thing. Thank you.
but Appreciate his help.
Any other discussion? I'd also like to thank Mr. Cahill. See no other discussion or see no request for any other discussion, please call the vote, Mrs. Fox.
Dunaway,
Yes.
Drum,
Yes.
Maines,
Yes,
Patrick,
Yes.
Zakor.
Yes.
Next item is 9K certified staff. Recommend approval of the extended day certified contracts for 2022-2023 school year. Is there a motion?
A motion.
Motion by Mrs. Dunaway. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Mrs. Zakor. Any discussion, Mrs. Dunaway?
Yeah, I bring this up every year. So I don't know what all of them do. So I'll just go to like the guidance counselors. We had some issues last year we did the extended days, but then there was questionability as to if they were coming in because we were getting lots of emails from parents. Hey, I'm emailing my guidance counselor. It's been 10 days, no email back. And then you would have to, check the schedule, who was coming in. And that kind of relied on, at the time, it was Mr. Zink. So how are we doing the accountability and making sure that, the district is paying these extended days? Are they coming to work or not? Like, what's going on with this?
Yeah, they are coming to work, but as you mentioned, it is up to the building administrators to
Okay.
verify that everybody is keeping their schedules.
Gotcha.
And so we will talk to our all of our administrators, but definitely our new ones this year, and make sure that they do have verification that folks are coming in for their extended work time.
Right, because in the summer, there's a lot of scholarship stuff that goes on, college applications, and I believe like credit, CCP, they're trying to get all their information in to sign up for fall classes, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, just don't want to have those issues again,
And
it's not fun.
And even some
Yeah.
restate testing over
Yeah.
the summer, all those issues.
Right.
Yes.
It's just stressful for kids to get no response in 10 days.
Yes.
It's stressful.
Any other discussion?
One quick question.
Mrs. Corr.
Are the extended days different in each contract, I'm assuming, or? It's just fun.
The number,
Mhm.
I believe so. Yes,
Okay.
I don't have all the numbers committed to memory, but
Yeah.
yes, yes. Based on the needs of the position and what they can accomplish, through extended days, they are different numbers.
Okay.
Any other discussion? Seeing no further discussion or seeing no other requests for discussion, Mrs. Fox, please call the vote.
Dunaway,
Yes.
Zakor,
Yes.
Drum,
Yes.
Maines,
yes,
Patrick.
Yes. Next item is item 9L, prior meeting minutes, May 9th, 2022. Is there a motion to approve the minutes from May 9th, 2022 work session?
I'll make the motion.
Mrs. Dunaway, is there a second?
I'll second.
Second by Mrs. Drum. Mrs. Dunaway, do you have any discussion?
Yeah, I do. Thank you, Melanie, because I know these are so much work, right? So if you go to the part right here where it says Teresa Dunaway is president at this time, and we were talking, I believe it was about the frac. And I'm glad I'm sitting beside you, that works out great. And it says, the administrator that mentioned the BOE 3 and called them bullies was not renewed. So the administrator that mentioned the BO3, the administrator did not call us bullies. I said that all the people that were on the community, the Tipp parents page on the pages were calling the BOE3 bullies. We lost a great administrator and then that administrator ended up getting non-renewed. So it wasn't the administrator that called the BOE3 bullies. It was the community members on the social media pages. I just didn't want anyone to think that an administrator called board members bullies on social media, because that's not what happened. It was the community members. And I think you just like missed out a word or something, because there's so much to type out in these minutes. So that, I just wanted to bring that to your attention. So that's it.
So I should possibly complete it or maybe take. I don't want to take it
Right.
out, but-
Yeah, because it wasn't the administrator, it just changed the content. And who can keep up with this? There's so much to type, and there's so much to keep track of.
Some things I want to add.
Right,
and some things
right,
I-
absolutely. You do a great
that
job.
we Need to add or.
Yeah, but I just didn't want anyone to think that an administrator, because they didn't.
Okay.
You understand, right?
Okay.
The difference? Okay. Thank you.
Any other discussion? Mrs. Dunaway, did you want to move to amend the minutes to reflect your modification?
Yeah, I guess I should. I guess that's a great idea. Yeah. I'll just make a motion for Mrs. Fox to amend that appropriately. I trust her to change the word.
I will second that motion.
Easy peasy. Thank you, Mrs. Fox.
So now the motion before the board is the amended minutes as reflected by Mrs. Dunaway, motion by Mrs. Dunaway and Mr. Patrick.
Perfect.
Is there any other discussion?
Nope.
Hearing no other discussion, please call the vote, Mrs. Fox, on the amended motion to approve the minutes as amended.
Dunaway,
Yes.
Patry,
Yes.
Drum,
Yes.
Mains,
Yes.
Zakor.
Yes.
Motion passes. Next item is 10A, citizens' comments. Are there any citizens' comments left?
No, nobody signed up,
Are
and
you kidding me? It's like the first time.
the citizens are right here, and
It's the first time we've had
Miss
them.
Robin's out in the.
I know, I kept hearing keys out there and I was like, is someone hiding?
You're gonna sit there this entire time and say nothing?
He never says anything, right? 7 years I've been in meetings with you.
No,
7 years.
no citizens' comments being requested. We are now to 11A. So this is on future board agenda items. It's a continuing agenda item. Mr. Stefanik's been keeping a list of everything that's been requested of the board members and working it in when it's feasible or makes sense to him. Is there
It wasn't feasible with tonight's agenda, just letting you know.
is there any additional agenda items that have not already been requested that the board members would like to request?
Well, I already added this one, Mr. Stefanik. I think it's already on there because I did bring up, I think in March or April, the valedictorian versus the Greek honor system. And if we should relook at that,
I'll
I think
put a note to check.
yeah, I think I added that in February or March. I want to say it was March.
If it was mentioned, it's in there.
Yeah, I brought it up in March, I believe.
Mrs. Zakor?
Oh, you know what?
No, you actually were first, Mrs. Zakor.
Okay, yeah, just one other, I know it's under the facilities committee thing, but I did. The last meeting, I think it was, where we learned that we didn't really get structural engineering analysis. I'm still bugged by this, so I want to know, since we don't, what,
Right.
where are we right now? What are we landing on? You know, that report, I went back through my notes. The report that was what, May something of 2021 sent to us. I have it all documented here in my facilities folder. That said that those buildings are structurally very sound. Can't build new like that again. And so I guess my agenda item would be, where are we? Do we go with that report in terms of the structural analysis of Broadway and Central, and do we need to do another report on?
So basically, your item is the structural analysis, the validity.
Clarification
There you go.
and direction
Validity.
based on
Yeah.
new information.
Perfect.
Thank you. You got that, Mr. Stefanik? Mrs. Strong?
Yeah, so I was wondering if at some point we could talk about having like students come in and do like the pledge or like that kind of stuff again. I'd really like to see interaction from our community in that way, as far as like parents and students here. As a, you know, because we're getting to the summer, we can do it next year. and-
Thank you, Mrs. Strong. Anyone else?
That used to be student.
Simon, I would like to add one.
Yes, Mrs. Fox.
Probably our another levy discussion.
Yeah.
And just the order of
Mhm.
operating dollars versus facility dollars, and there's also even a substitute levy option. If we don't just renew, we could replace.
On the
So I
agenda,
think we need to talk about those.
Yeah.
okay, and for me, I would add, would make sense to me in a work session in June to have discussions related to continuing the Ohio superintendent evaluation process, because I think that's the time of the year that we're supposed to come back on that, as well as implementing one for Mrs. Fox as well, given that she's been here for a year now, so that we can get her under the same system. And I think there's an equivalent one that's put out by WASBA.
Yeah, I did get it from Mark. It's great.
Well, I have 50 pages or something of the evaluation process for the treasurers.
All right. And Mrs.
Certainly.
Accord, do you send
Yes,
that?
on, as a tag along to the superintendent and treasurer evaluations. A discussion item also, I think, would be a self-evaluation by the superintendent and by the treasurer.
They did that last year.
I think, well, we requested it, and I think it's very helpful because it's not a routine practice here. And I love self-evaluations. I'm very good at doing my self-evaluations because I like to get in there and champion, and we don't remember what all, and so I think it's a great asset to the evaluator to see the perspective, of the person. And so I'd like to add that as a
Okay,
discussion.
all right. Anybody else? All right. Next item is 12A, upcoming meetings. We have a next work session on June 13th, 2022 at 5 p.m. at the Board of Education. Our next regular meeting is Monday, June 27th, 2022 at 6 p.m. at the Board of Education. Anything else to go to the order? All right, seeing no other motions, I would entertain one to adjourn.
Motion.
Motion to adjourn by Mrs. Zakor, is there a second?
Second.
Zakor and Drum. Mrs. Fox, please call the vote.
Zakor,
Yes.
Drum,
Yes.
Dunaway,
Yes.
Names.
Indisposed.
Oh, shucks, I don't know.
Oh, no, yeah, well, we do know, so.
Hey.
I had to do it for Mr. Mays. All right, go ahead.
Interact.
Go ahead. I'm a yes. So, all right, motion passes. Meeting is adjourned.
It's only 4 hours.
Yeah.
Thanks.